Welcome to Storytime Classics. Today, we begin The Red Widow, or The Death Dealers of London by William Le Queux, a thrilling tale of espionage, danger, and dark conspiracies in the shadows of Edwardian London. Follow along as we step into a world of secret agents, deadly plots, and a mysterious figure known only as the Red Widow. Get comfortable and enjoy part one of this gripping classic mystery. Chapter 1. Concerns a man in white. I can't understand what it all means. The whole thing is a mystery, a great mystery. I have my suspicions, grave suspicions, declared the pretty blue-eyed girl emphatically. Of what? Asked the young man strolling at her side along the sunny towing path beside the Thames between Kew and Richmond. Well, I hardly know, was her hesitating response. But I don't like Annie to remain in that house any longer, Gerald. Some evil lurks there. I'm sure of it. Her companion smiled. Are you quite sure you are not mistaken, Marigold? He asked in a dubious tone. Are you absolutely certain that you really saw Mr. Boyne on Thursday night? Why, haven't I already told you exactly what I saw? Asserted the girl excitedly. I've related in detail all I know, and I repeat that I don't like Auntie being there any longer. Well, said the young man, as they strolled leisurely along near the water's edge on that Sunday afternoon in summer, their intention being to take tea at Richmond. If what you have described is an actual fact, then I certainly do think we ought to watch the man very closely. You don't doubt me, do you? Exclaimed the girl, with quick resentment. Not in the least, Marigold, he replied, halting and looking straight into her clear, almost childlike eyes. Please do not misunderstand me. But what you've said is so extraordinary that, well, it seems all so weird and amazing. That's just it. The affair is extraordinary, and as I've said, I hope Annie will leave the place. She has a very good post as housekeeper to Mr. Boyne. Her affliction is against her, I know, but there is something in progress at Bridge Place that is too mysterious for my liking. Then let us watch and try to discover what it really is, said Gerald Durrant determinedly. Will you really help me? She asked eagerly. Of course. Rely upon me. If I can be of any assistance to you where your aunt is concerned, Marigold, I shall only be too delighted. Surely you know that, he added, looking again into her eyes with an expression of unspoken admiration and affection. She murmured her thanks, and the pair, a handsome pair, indeed, they were, went on along the gravelled path in a silence that remained unbroken for some minutes. Marigold Ramsay was just 21, and an uncommonly pretty girl, though unconsciously so. Men turned to glance a second time at her as she passed. Though a typical London business girl who carried her leather dispatch case on weekdays, she bore an air of distinction which was unusual in one of her class. Her clear, deep blue eyes, her open countenance, her grace of carriage, her slim suppleness, and the smallness of her hands and feet all combined to create about her an air of well-bred elegance, which was enhanced by a natural grace and charm. There was nothing loud about her, either in her speech or in her dress. She spoke softly, and she wore a plain coat and skirt of navy gabardine and a neat little velvet toque which suited her admirably. She was, indeed, as beautiful as she was elegant, and as intelligent as she was charming. Many a young man about Lombard Street, where Marigold was employed in the head office of a great joint stock bank, gazed upon her with admiration as she went to and fro from business. But with only one of them, the man at her side, had she ever become on terms of friendship. Though Gerald Durrant had spoken no word of love, the pair had almost unconsciously become fast friends. He was a tall, good-looking young fellow, with well-brushed hair and a small mustache carefully trimmed, in whose rather deep-set eyes was an expression of kindly good fellowship. Erect and athletic, his clear-cut features were typical of the honest, clean-minded young Englishman who, though well-born, was compelled, like Marigold, to earn his living in the city. He had served in Flanders through the first year of war, but, being invalided out, had been since employed as confidential secretary to the head of a great firm of importers in Mincing Lane. As, in his well-cut gray tweeds and straw hat, he strode beside her in silence in the sunshine, he reflected. What she had told him was utterly amazing. The whole affair was, indeed, a mystery. Marigold had first met Gerald at a little corner table of a certain small tea shop in Finchage Street, where she daily took her frugal luncheon. One morning as he sat opposite to her, he politely passed the salt. From that chance meeting, they had each day chatted at the Cedar Tea Rooms, gradually becoming friends, until one Saturday he had invited her to Hampton Court, and they had spent the afternoon in the old world gardens of the palace, so reminiscent of Henry VIII and Cardinal Wolsey. That day's excursion had frequently been repeated, for Marigold's great blue eyes attracted the young man, until one day he cleverly arranged that she should meet his sister, with whom he lived out at Ealing, and the outcome was an invitation to tea on the following Sunday. Thus the chance-made acquaintance ripened until they found themselves looking eagerly forward to lunchtime on 5 days each week, when they would rush to their meeting place to chatter and enjoy the hour's relaxation from work. Hence it was not surprising that Gerald had fallen violently in love with Marigold, though he had never summoned up sufficient courage to declare his affection. "What you've told me is a problem which certainly requires investigation," he remarked reflectively after a long silence. "If your aunt is in any real danger, then she should, I quite agree, leave the house. At present, however, I cannot see that she is, or why she should know anything. It is our duty to watch and to form our own conclusions." "Ah," cried the girl gratefully, "it's really awfully kind of you, Gerald, to promise to help me. As you know, I have very few men friends, and not one, save yourself, in whom I would place this confidence. You know me, Marigold," he said, with a smile of satisfaction. "You know that I will do all I can to help you to solve this extraordinary problem." The problem which the girl had placed before her admirer was certainly a most puzzling one, sufficiently puzzling, indeed, to excite the curiosity of anybody to whom it was presented. Had Marigold Ramsay but foreseen the terrible vortex of uncertainty and peril into which their inquiries would lead them, it is probable that she would have hesitated ere she embarked upon an investigation so full of personal risk to both. In her ignorance of the cunningly devised counterplot, which shielded from exposure and justice one of the most diabolical and remarkable conspiracies of modern times, she and her admirer entered cheerfully upon a policy which led to many exciting and perilous adventures, some of which I intend to chronicle in these pages. That you, my reader, shall clearly understand the cause of Marigold Ramsay's suspicions, it will be as well to hear unfold certain queer circumstances which had happened on the previous Thursday night. Mr. Bernard Boyne, whom Marigold viewed with such distinct suspicion, was a workaday man who tramped daily the bustling pavements of Hammersmith, Chiswick, and Bedford Park as an insurance agent, and was well known and very highly respected. He lived in a cheaply furnished, 9-roomed house in Bridge Place, Hammersmith, a dingy third-class neighborhood. The exterior of the place was, in summer, rendered somewhat more artistic than its neighbors in the same row by the dusty Virginia creeper which covered its walls and hung untrimmed about its windows. Upon the railings was fastened a brass plate, always well polished, which bore the name Bernard Boyne, insurance agent. Mr. Boyne had resided in that house for some 6 years. He was well known to all the tradespeople in the neighborhood, for he paid his bills weekly, as well as by the working classes whose policies he was so frequently affecting and whose small premiums he so assiduously collected. He was agent for several insurance companies of second-class standing. He was also in touch with 2 well-known underwriters at Lloyd's who would insure his commercial clients against practically anything except bankruptcy. Year in, year out, he was to be seen, always respectably and even nattily dressed, passing actively in and about the neighborhood, keenly on the alert for any new clients and any fresh proposals. Probably Mr. Boyne was one of the best known of local personalities. He was a regular attendant at the parish church of St. George the Martyr, Hammersmith, where he acted as sideman. Further, he was honorary secretary to quite a number of charitable organizations and committees in Hammersmith, and in consequence had become acquainted with most of the wealthiest residents. Busy Boyne, for that was what the people of Hammersmith called him, was a widower, and lived in that small, unpretentious house, a very deaf old woman named Mrs. Felmore, the aunt of Marigold Ramsay, looking after him. For several years she had performed the domestic duties, and she did them well, notwithstanding her infirmity. Now, this is what happened. On Thursday night, on his return after a strenuous day at about 10 o'clock, Boyne had entered his small sitting room and taken his bulky notebook and papers from his pocket. Then he had thrown off his coat and sat down to the cold meal, which Mrs. Felmore had prepared for him prior to retiring. Though the house was so dingy, yet everything appertaining to its master's comfort was well ordered, as shown by the fact that the evening paper was lying neatly folded, ready for his hand. Beneath the hissing, incandescent gas jet, Bernard Boyne looked very pale, his eyes deeply set, his brow furrowed and careworn. He seemed weary and out of sorts. "Fool," he grunted aloud to himself. "I'm growing nervous. I suppose it is that big check that I had today, 7,800, the biggest I've ever had. I wonder if I ought to tell Lilla." The room was the typical home of a man earning an income on commission just sufficient to enable him to rub along in comfort. It was certainly not the room of a man who was receiving checks for such sums as £7,800. At first glance, Bernard Boyne, as he stood there in his shirt sleeves, was an excellent type of the steady, reliable insurance agent, with no soul above proposals and premiums. They constituted his sole aim in life, now that his dear wife was dead. Nobody suspected the man who so piously passed round the bag in St. George the Martyr on Sundays to be a man of mystery. Nobody, indeed, would ever have dreamed that the active man in question would be placing checks to his account of such value as 7,000-odd pounds. "I wonder how long I shall remain here," he whispered to himself. "I wonder what all these good people would say if they but knew. If they knew. But happily they don't know." He chuckled to himself. He was silent for a moment as he crossed to rearrange the dusty old Venetian blinds. Then he turned to a half-open cupboard beside the fireplace, and from it took a small wire cage from which he released a tame white rat, which instantly ran up his arm and settled upon his shoulder. "Poor little Nibby," he exclaimed, tenderly stroking its sharp pink snout with his forefinger. "Have I neglected you? Poor little fellow, a prisoner all day. But if I let you out when I'm away, some nasty terrier might get you, eh? Come, let me atone for my neglect." And he placed his pet upon the table, over which the rodent ran to investigate the remains of the meal. Boyne stood watching his pet nibbling at a scrap of sausage. "Ah," he gasped in a whisper. "If they knew, but they will never know. They can't." A few minutes later his actions were, to say the least, strange. He flung himself into the old armchair from which the flock's stuffing protruded from the worn-out American cloth, and unbuttoning his dusty boots, took them off. Then, in his socks, he crept upstairs, and on the landing listened at the deaf old woman's door. Sounds of heavy snoring apparently satisfied him. Back again, he returned to the parlor, and with a key opened the opposite cupboard beside the fireplace, from which he took a very long, loose coat which seemed to be made of white alpaca. This he shook out and submitted to close scrutiny. It was shaped like a monk's habit, with a leather strap around the waist, a curious garment, for it had a hood attached, with 2 slits in it for the eyes. After careful examination of the strange garment, he put it on over his head, drawing down the hood over his eyes, which gave him a hideous appearance, like the ghost of an ancient inquisitor of Spain, or a member of the medieval Misericordia Society of Italy, dressed in white instead of black. Thus attired, he fumbled beneath in his pocket, and then noiselessly ascended the 2 flights of stairs to an attic door upon which was the circular brass plate of a Yale lock. This he opened, and passing within, closed the door softly behind him. Bernard Boyne naturally believed himself alone in the house with old Mrs. Felmore sound asleep, but truth to tell, he was not. As he ascended the stairs, Marigold's pale face peered around the corner. The shock of seeing such a hideous, ghostly form moving silently upstairs proved almost too much for her. But clinging on to the banisters, she managed to repress the cry of alarm which rose to her lips, and she stood there rooted to the spot, full of wonder and bewilderment. She listened breathlessly, still standing in the dark passage which led to the kitchen stairs. Then she detected the sound of the key going into the lock of the upstairs room where she knew Mr. Boyne kept his private papers. But was it Mr. Boyne? Or was it an intruder who had adopted that garb in order to frighten any person he might encounter? Besides, why should Mr. Boyne assume such a strange disguise before entering the room where his business papers were stored? Now upon that summer night, Marigold had called about 9 o'clock to visit her aunt, who had in years past been as a mother to her, to have a snack of supper, as she often did. Afterwards, she had helped her aunt to prepare Mr. Boyne's frugal meal. Then old Mrs. Fellmore, feeling rather unwell, had gone to bed, leaving her niece in the kitchen to write an urgent letter to Gerald, which she wanted to post before midnight. As she finished the letter, she had heard someone enter, and not desiring that Mr. Boyne should know of her presence there at that hour, she had moved about quietly and was just about to escape from the house when she had seen that strangely garbed figure ascending the stairs. The girl's first impulse had been to waken her aunt and raise an alarm that an intruder had entered the place. But on seeing that the supper had been eaten and that Mr. Boyne's hat and coat lay upon the sofa, she at once decided that the figure that had ascended the stairs to the locked room was actually that of the master of the house. "Why is he dressed like that?" she asked herself in a whisper as she stood in the front parlor. "What can it mean?" She glanced around the room. The cupboard beside the fireplace, which stood open and from which Boyne had taken his strange disguise, caught her eye. She had never before seen that cupboard open, for her aunt had always told her that Mr. Boyne kept some of his important insurance papers there. Therefore, with curiosity, the girl approached it, finding it practically empty, save for a woman's big raccoon muff, and with it a photograph, that of a handsome, well-preserved woman of about 40, across the front of which had been scrawled in a thin, feminine hand the signature, Lilla, January, 1919. Who was Lilla? She wondered. Mr. Boyne she knew as a pleasant, easy-going man, full of generosity so far as his limited means allowed. He was a widower who frequently referred to his poor dear wife, and would descant upon her good qualities and how affectionately they had lived together for 10 years. The photograph, which she examined beneath the light, was quite a new one and dated. Hence it could not be that of the late Mrs. Boyne. "I'll come back and tell Annie tomorrow," she said to herself. "She ought to know, or one night she'll see him and get a shock like I've had. And her heart is not too strong. Yes, I must warn her, then no doubt she'll watch." With those words, she dabbed her hair in front of the cheap mirror over the mantel shelf, and then, treading on tiptoe, went to the front door and let herself out. This was the strange story Marigold had related to Gerald Durrant on that sunny afternoon beside the Thames, a story which had aroused his curiosity and held him fascinated. Chapter 2. Who is Mrs. Brayborn? Bernard Boyne was certainly a mystery man in Hammersmith, yet nobody suspected it. In all the years he had lived in the neighborhood, his actions had never aroused a single breath of suspicion. In pious black, he passed the collection bag around to the congregation of St. George the Martyr each Sunday morning, and afterwards, with a deep bow, handed the bag to the Rubicon vicar of his parish. Often he had been approached to serve upon the municipality of the borough, but he had always declined because of stress of work and for family reasons. Mr. Boyne could have achieved the highest local honors, aldermanic and otherwise, had he cared for them, but notwithstanding his great popularity, he was ever retiring and even anxious to efface himself. When that night he descended the stairs of his house in Bridge Place, all unconscious that he had been observed ascending them, he entered his little parlor, where he divested himself of the ugly white overall and locked it away, together with the woman's muff and the photograph. Then he paced the room in indecision, ignorant that Marigold had only vacated it a few minutes before. He caught his pet, Nibby, after several attempts, and having replaced him in his cage, again stood with knit brows, still apparently uncertain how to act. He was in a bad humor, for now and then he uttered imprecations beneath his breath. Whatever had occurred upstairs had no doubt upset him. A further imprecation fell from his lips as he cursed his luck, and then, with sudden resolve, he resumed his boots, took his felt hat and stick, turned out the gas, and, going out into the narrow hall, extinguished the light and left the house. He was in a bad temper on that warm summer's night as he strode hurriedly to the Hammersmith Broadway station, whence he took ticket to Sloane Square. Rotten luck. Lionel is a fool, he declared to himself viciously as he approached the pigeonhole to take his ticket. But one can't have all the good things of life. One must fail sometimes. And yet, he added, I can't think why I've failed. But so long as it isn't a bad omen, I don't care. Why should I? And he took his ticket and descended the stairs to the train. On arrival at Sloane Square, he walked along DuPont Street to a large, red brick house, in which he admitted himself with a latchkey upon his chain, a key very similar to that of the locked room in Bridge Place. In the well-furnished hall, he encountered a smart, good-looking French lady's maid. "Ah, good evening, Annette. Is Madame at home?" he asked. "Oui, monsieur," the girl promptly replied. "Madame is upstairs in the boudoir." Boyne, who was evidently no stranger there, hung up his hat and passed upstairs to a room on the second floor, a cozy, tastefully furnished apartment, where, at a table upon which stood a reading lamp with a green silk shade, a handsome, dark-haired woman in a pearl-gray evening frock sat writing a letter. "Hello, Lilla. I'm glad you haven't gone to bed," he exclaimed. "I want to have a chat with you. I met Annette downstairs. A pity that infernal girl hasn't gone to her room. I don't want her to overhear anything. Recollect Celine." "I'll send the girl to bed," said the woman, pressing an electric button. "Anything wrong?" "Nothing very seriously wrong," was his reply. And at his words, the woman, who had betrayed alarm at sight of him, gave a sigh of relief. Bernard Boyne flung himself into a silk-covered easy chair and, clasping his hands behind his head, gazed around the luxurious little room. It was indeed very different to his own surroundings in drab, workaday Hammersmith. Here taste and luxury were displayed on every hand. A soft, old rose carpet with hangings and upholstery to match. A woman's den which had been furnished regardless of expense by one of the best firms in the West End. Truth to tell, that elegant West End house was his own, and the handsome woman, Lilla, though she passed as Mrs. Brayborn and was very popular and quite a good set, was his own wife. Husband and wife lived apart. They did so for a purpose. Bernard was a hard-working insurance agent, a strict churchman, perfectly upright and honest, though he lived his struggling life in Hammersmith. Truly, the menage in Pont Street was both unusual and curious. Boyne, known to the servants as Mr. Brayborn, was very often away for weeks at a time. Then suddenly he would return and spend a week with his wife, being absent, however, all day. Neither dear old Mrs. Felmore nor all his wide circle of Hammersmith friends ever dreamed that he kept up another establishment in one of the best streets in London, a thoroughfare where a few doors away on either side were the legations of certain important European states. "My dear Lilla, we can't be too careful," he said with a kindly smile. "Our business is a very ticklish one. Ana agrees with me that Annette, your maid, has picked up too much English, and in consequence is a danger." "Rubbish, my clear old Bernard," laughed the handsome woman, upon whose fingers sparkled several valuable rings. "All that we need is to exercise due discretion. I know, when the game is crooked, one has to be all the more careful." "You don't seem to be in the sweetest of tempers tonight," remarked his wife, rather piqued. His visit was unexpected, and to her it portended unpleasantness. Not because discord ever existed between them. On the contrary, they were bound together by certain secrets which neither one nor the other dared to disclose. Lilla Boyne feared her husband to exactly the same extent that he feared her. In that house in Pont Street, Mr. Boyne kept his well-cut suits, his evening clothes, his opera hat, and his expensive suitcase marked B.B., for on entry there he at once effaced his identity as the humble insurance agent and became Bernard Brayborn, a man of means and husband of the good-looking woman who in the course of 5 or 6 years had been taken up by quite a number of well-known people. "I didn't expect you tonight," she remarked rather wearily. "I thought you'd have been here yesterday. I couldn't come." "Sorry," he replied. "Tonight I went to dine at Lady Betty's. You accepted, you know. So I apologized and said you'd been called suddenly to Leeds last night," she said. "That idea of your candidature at Leeds at the next election works famously. You have to go and meet your committee, I tell them, and it always satisfies the curious. All of them hope you'll get in at the by-election when old Sammy dies, as he must very soon. They say the doctors have only given him 3 months more. Then before that date, I'll have to retire from the contest, remarked her husband with a grin. Oh, I'll watch that for you all right. Have you got that check? Yes, today. It came from my new solicitor, 7,800. Good. I'm glad they've paid up. I began to fear that there might be some little hitch. They were so long-winded. So did I, to tell you the truth. But it's all right, and the new lawyer, a smart young fellow in the city, suspects nothing. I've already sent him his fee, so that's settled him. Will you employ him again? I never employ a solicitor a second time, my dear Lilla. That would be a fatal mistake, was his reply. But what I came to tell you mainly is that I've had a failure, a mysterious failure. Things haven't turned out exactly as I expected they would. Failure, gasped the woman, with disappointment upon her dark, handsome face. Then we must postpone it? How annoying. Yes, but perhaps it's all for the best, Lilla. There was an element of danger. I told you that from the first. Danger? Rubbish, declared his wife, with boldness, the diamonds flashing upon her fingers. There's no danger. Of that I'm quite convinced. There was much more in that other little affair last winter. I was full of apprehension then, though I never told you of it. Well, at any rate, I haven't succeeded in the little business I've been attempting this last fortnight, so we'll have to postpone it. Perhaps your failure is due to the presence of your deaf old lady in the house, laughed his wife. I passed the place in the car about a fortnight ago. Ugh, what a house! And she shuddered. Yes, you might say so if you lived there and ate Mrs. Fellmore's cold sausage for your supper, as I have tonight. You must be done. If one makes money, one has to make some sacrifice, especially if the money is made, well, not exactly on the square, shall we say? And he grinned. Away in North Wales 3 days later. A beautiful moonlit evening by the Irish Sea. Over the great Orme the moon shone brilliantly across the calm waters lazily lapping the bay of Llandudno, which was filled at the moment with an overflowing crowd of holiday folk, mostly from Yorkshire and Lancashire. All the hotels and boarding houses were crowded out, and there were stories of belated trippers, many of whom were on their first seaside holiday after the stress of war, being compelled to sleep in bathing machines. The lamps along the promenade were all aglow, the pier blazed with light, and across the bay came the strains of the orchestra playing selections from the latest revue. In the big lounge of the beach hotel, which faces the sea in the center of the bay, sat a well-preserved, middle-aged woman in a striking black dinner gown, trimmed with jade-colored ninon, and wearing a beautiful jade bangle and earrings to match. The visitor, whose hair was remarkable because of its bright chestnut hue, almost red, indeed, had been there for 3 weeks. She was a widow, a Mrs. Augusta Morrison, hailing from Carsfairn, in Kirkcudbrightshire, Scotland, whose late husband had great interests in a big shipbuilding works at Govan, of rather loud type. As befitted the widow of a Scotch shipbuilder who had commenced life in the shipyard, she dressed extravagantly, greatly to the envy of the bejeweled wives of a few Lancashire war millionaires, who, unable to gain admittance to that little piece of paradise, the Oakwood Park Hotel beyond Conway, were compelled to mix with the holiday crowd on the seashore of Llandudno. The hotel lounge was at the moment almost empty, for most of the visitors were either on the pier or had gone out for a stroll in the moonlight. But Mrs. Morrison sat near the door chatting with Charles Emery, a young Manchester solicitor who had only been married since he had been demobilized 6 months before, and who had come to Llandudno with his wife, as is the custom of young married folk of Lancashire. Once or twice the rich widow, who had hired a car for her stay in North Wales, had invited Emery and his wife to go for runs with her to Bangor, and across the Menai Bridge to Holyhead, or to Carnarvon, Betwicked, St. Asaph, and other places. From time to time, she had told them of her loneliness in her big country house in one of the wildest districts in Scotland, and her intention to go abroad that winter, probably to Italy. My wife has gone to the theater with Mr. and Mrs. Challoner, Emery was saying as he lazily smoked his cigarette. I had some letters to write, business letters that came from the office this morning, so I stayed in. Have you finished them? Asked the handsome widow, whose hair was always so remarked, and her eyes large and luminous. Yes, he replied. I suppose I shall soon have to be back in harness again in Deansgate. But we shall both cherish the fondest memories of your great kindness to us, Mrs. Morrison. It's really nothing, I assure you, laughed the widow merrily. You have taken compassion upon me in my horribly lonely life, and I much appreciate it. Ah, she sighed. You can never imagine how lonely a woman can be who goes about the world aimlessly, as I go about. I travel here and there, sometimes on trips abroad, by sea or by rail, often to the south of Europe, but I make no friends. Possibly it is my own fault. I may be too exclusive, and yet I never wish to be. I really don't think that, he said gallantly. At any rate, you've given us both a real ripping time. I'm so glad you've enjoyed the little runs. But not more, I'm sure, than I have myself. I cannot live without movement. I love crowds. That's why I love cities. Manchester, London, Paris, and Rome. Where I live, up in Kirkcudbrightshire, is one of the wildest and least explored districts of Great Britain. Between Loch Ken and Loch Doon, over the Cairnsmuir, the people are the most rural in all our island, quiet, honest folk, with no soul above their sheep and their cows. You and your wife must come north one day to Carrsfairn and stay with me. I'm sure we should both be only too delighted to accept your hospitality, Mrs. Morrison, he said. I'm afraid we can never repay you for your kindness to us. We are leaving next Monday. Oh, you have 4 more days. I'm motoring to Queux again tomorrow. You must both come with me, and we'll lunch at the Waterloo, as we did before. There has been rain these last few days, and the Swallow Falls will no doubt be grand. And so it was arranged. Next day, all 3 went in the car up the beautiful valley of the Conway, with the wild hills on either side, through Egelwys Bach and Lonwist, past Gwydwyr Castle, and on by the Falcon Rock to that gem of North Wales, Queux. To Mrs. Emery the widow was exceedingly amiable, and the day passed most pleasantly. As they were motoring back through the mountains, purple in the sunset, between Capel Curig and Bangor, the widow, turning to Emery, suddenly said, I wonder, Mr. Emery, if you would advise me upon a little point of business? I'm rather perturbed, and I would so much like your professional advice. Can I see you after dinner tonight? Most certainly, was his reply. Any advice I can give you, I will do so to the best of my ability, said the sharp young lawyer, well pleased at the prospect of a wealthy client. That night at dinner, Mrs. Morrison, radiant and handsome, wore a striking gown of black and gold, with a gold band in her red hair and her string of fine pearls. In the big white and gold dining room, she was the most remarked of all the women there, but she pretended to take no notice of the sensation caused by her entrance into the room. Yet that gown had cost her 60 guineas in Dover Street, and in secret she was amused at the excitement its appearance had caused among the moneyed folk of Lancashire by the sea, who, after all, be it said, are honest people and who are more thorough than the shallow society of post-war London. After dinner, while Mrs. Emery went into the lounge and joined a woman and her daughter whom she knew, her husband went to Mrs. Morrison's sitting room, where he found coffee awaiting him. She produced a big silver box of cigarettes, and when she had served him with coffee and liqueur, she lit a cigarette and settled herself to talk. The fact, Mr. Emery, is this. The woman with the wonderful hair commenced when he had seated himself. My late husband was a shipbuilder at Govan. Only recently I discovered that some 20 years ago he was guilty of some sharp practice in a financial deal which, while he and his friends enriched themselves, a man named Brayborn and his wife were both ruined. Brayborn died recently, but his widow is living in London. Now knowledge of this affair has greatly upset me, for I had the greatest faith in my dear husband's honesty. Naturally, remarked the young lawyer, the knowledge of such a stigma attaching to his name must grieve you. Exactly, and I want somehow to make reparation. Not while I am alive, but after my death, she said. I have been wondering what course would be best to pursue. I don't know Mrs. Brayborn, and probably she is in ignorance of my existence. Yet I should much like to do something in order to relieve my conscience. What would you advise? The young solicitor was silent for a few moments. At last he replied, well, there are several courses open. You could make her an anonymous gift. But that would be difficult, for with a little inquiry, she could discover the source of the payment. I don't want her to know anything. I quite agree with that. You could, of course, make a will in her favor, leave her a legacy. Mrs. Morrison remained silent for a while. Yes, she said at last. That would be a way of easing my conscience regarding my husband's offense. Or another way, you could insure your life in her favor. Then, at your death, she would receive the money unexpectedly, he suggested. That's rather a brilliant suggestion, Mr. Emery, she replied eagerly. But I know nothing about insurance matters. How can I do it? What have I to do, and where shall I go to insure? Well, Mrs. Morrison, I happen to be agent for a first-class life assurance company, the Universal, whose head offices are in Cornhill, London. If you so desire, I would be very happy to place a proposal before them, he said enthusiastically, for it meant a very substantial commission. I shall be very glad indeed, Mr. Emery, if you can carry the business through for me. With the utmost pleasure, was the young man's reply. What amount do you propose? Oh, I hardly know. Some really substantial sum, I think. My husband, I have learned, got some £20,000 out of Mr. Brayborn. At least I would like to give her back half that sum. 10,000. How extremely generous of you, Mrs. Morrison. Of course, it's a large sum, and will mean a special premium, but no doubt the company will, providing you pass the medical test, issue the policy. She thanked him for his promise to take up the matter for her. Then he went down to the writing room to pen a letter to the Universal Assurance Company, while the handsome red-haired widow passed along the lounge, and, with her merry chatter, rejoined his wife. Chapter 3. The Game and Its Players. On the following morning, Mr. Emery, the young solicitor, entered Mrs. Morrison's sitting room at Llandudno with a telegram in his hand. I've just had this from the manager of the Universal. They are prepared to do the business and are writing me full particulars. I shall get them by tomorrow morning's post. I've wired to my clerk, Wilson, to post me a proposal form and some other papers. Emery, his one thought being the big commission upon the business, entered Mrs. Morrison's room 24 hours later with a number of papers in his hand. He sat down with the rich widow and put before her the proposal form, a paper which had printed upon it a long list of questions, mostly inquisitorial. The bedrock question of that document was, who are you, and are you subject to any of the ills that human flesh is heir to? Question after question she read, and her answers he wrote down in the space reserved for them. Once or twice she hesitated before replying, but he put down her hesitation to a natural reserve. The filling up of the form took some time, after which she appended her signature in a bold hand, and this completed the proposal. I fear it will be necessary for you to go to London to pass the doctor, he said. When would that be convenient? Any time after next Wednesday, she replied. As a matter of fact, I have some shopping to do in town before I return to Scotland, so I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Excellent. They will, of course, make it as easy for you as possible. You will hear from Mr. Gray at the head office. Where shall you stay in town? With a friend of mine, a Mrs. Pollen. And she gave him an address in Upper Brook Street, which he wrote down. Before 11 o'clock, Mrs. Morrison had dispatched a telegram addressed to Brayborn, 9B, Pont Street, London, which read, all preliminaries settled. Shall be in London end of week. Augusta Morrison. Meanwhile, the solicitor, greatly elated at securing such a remunerative piece of work, sent the completed proposal to the head office of the company in London, and on the following day, accompanied by his wife, returned to his home in Manchester, after what had turned out to be a very profitable as well as beneficial holiday. Before leaving, Mrs. Morrison arranged that he should carry the whole matter through, her parting injunction being, remember, tell the company to write to me at Upper Brook Street, and not to Scotland, and always write to me yourself to London. Now that same evening, after Emery's departure, there arrived at the Beach Hotel, wearing rimless pince-nez, a dark, strongly built man, well-dressed, and with a heavy crocodile suitcase which spoke mutely of wealth. He signed the visitor's form as Pomeroy Graydon, and gave his address as Carlion Road, Roath, Cardiff, Shipbroker. He was late, and ate his dinner alone. Afterwards he went out for a stroll on the esplanade in the direction of the Little Orme, when, after walking nearly half a mile, he suddenly encountered the red-haired widow, who was attired plainly in navy blue with a small hat, having evidently changed her dress after dinner. "Well, Aina," he exclaimed, lifting his soft felt hat politely. "I'm here, you see. I thought it best to come up and see you. I'm at your hotel as Mr. Graydon of Cardiff." "I'm awfully glad you've come, Bernie," she said. "I rather expected you. As soon as Lilla got your wire, I started, and was fortunate to get to Euston just in time for the Irish mail. Changed at Chester, and here I am." The pair strolled to a convenient seat close to where the waves lazily lapped upon the wall of the esplanade, for the tide was up, and the night a perfect one with a full white moon. "Everything going well?" asked the smartly dressed man, whose pose in Hammersmith was so entirely different. He spoke in an eager tone. "Yes, as far as I can see, it's all plain sailing. I'm doing my part, and leave you and Lilla to do the rest. I've met here a very nice young fellow, as I intended, a useful solicitor named Emery, of Manchester. He is carrying the matter through for me. He's agent of the Universal, a first-class office. Well, I'm insuring with them in Lilla's favor. Have you carried out the plan we discussed? To the very letter. Trust me, my dear Bernie." "I always do, Aina," he declared, gazing across the moonlit sea. They were alone on the seat, and there was none to overhear. 10,000 is a decent sum. Let's hope it will be all over soon. I sometimes have bad quarters of an hour, when I think," he remarked. "The sum's assured to have been higher and higher," she said. "We started with 500. You recollect the woman Bayliss? And now we are always in thousands. Only you, Bernard, know how the game should be played. I do my part, but it is your brain which evolves all this business for which the companies are so eager, and which is so wonderful." "True, our plan works well," Boyne admitted, still gazing over the sea. "We've all of us made thousands out of it, haven't we?" "Yes. I can see no loophole by which the truth might leak out, save one," she said very seriously. "And what's that?" "Your visits to your wife," was her reply. "Suppose somebody watched you and saw you leave your frosy little house in Hammersmith, go to Lilla in Pont Street, and blossom forth into a gentleman of means. It would certainly arouse a nasty suspicion. Therefore you should always be most careful." "I am." "Never fear," he said. "Recollect, nobody in Hammersmith knows that Lilla Brabourne is my wife. They don't know, but they might suspect things which may lead eventually to an awkward inquiry, and then—" "Oh, my dear Aina, don't contemplate unpleasant things," he urged, with a shrug of the shoulders. "I know you are a clever woman, more clever by far than Lilla herself. Therefore, I always rely upon your discretion and foresight. Now, tell me, what has happened up to date?" In reply, she told him briefly of her meeting with the young solicitor Emery, which she had prearranged, by the way, and how she had entertained the newly married pair. "They, of course, believe you to be Mrs. Augusta Morrison, of Carskerne, widow of old Joe Morrison, the great shipbuilder of Govan," he remarked, smiling. "Exactly. As you know, I paid a visit in secret to Carskerne 6 weeks ago, and found out quite a lot. This I retailed to the Emerys, and they took it all in. I described Carskerne to them, and showed them the snapshots of the place which I took surreptitiously when I was up there. Indeed, I gave a couple of them to Mrs. Emery, to make evidence." "Excellent," he exclaimed. "You never leave anything undone, Aina. One must be thorough in everything if one desires success. And what is your address?" "I gave it to my own flat in Upper Brook Street, care of Aina Pollen, widow." "So you will come to London?" "Yes. I have to go there shopping before I return to Scotland," she replied grimly. "I am staying with Mrs. Pollen." "Good. It will be far the best for their London doctors to examine you. If you were examined up here, they might resist the claim. If they did that, well, it would open up the whole business, and we certainly can't afford to arouse the very least little bit of doubt." "Hardly," she laughed. "Well, I played the game properly, my dear Bernie. My name is Morrison, and I am the widow of old Joe Morrison, the woman with the red hair, and I live at Carskerne, Kirkcudbrightshire, the fine sporting estate left me by my late husband. All that is upon the records of the Universal Life Assurance Corporation." "Excellent. You've established an undeniable identity. Red hair and everything," he said, again gazing reflectively out across the rippling waters. "You have taken the first step. The second move is that Mrs. Morrison goes to London on a shopping visit. Prior to going abroad, the widow said, "Really, you are marvelous, Aina," declared the humble insurance agent of Hammersmith. "Your foresight always carries you to success." "In a number of cases it has done so, I admit," the woman laughed. "When one's identity is not exactly as one represents, one has to have one's eyes skinned day and night. Men, even the shrewdest lawyers, are always easily gulled. Why? Because of the rapacious maws the legal profession have for fees. Women are always dangerous, for they are too frequently jealous of either good looks or pretty frocks. A man I can usually manage, a woman, seldom, unless she is in love. Then I side with her in her love affair, and so gain her confidence. Aina, I repeat, I hold you in admiration as one of the cleverest women I have ever known. Nothing deters you, nothing perturbs you. You fix a plan, and you carry it through in your own way, always with profit to our little combination. And very substantial profit, I venture to think." "I agree," he said, with a grim laugh. "All thanks to you, my dear Bernie," the red-haired woman said. "But really I am growing just a little apprehensive." "Why?" "I don't know, I cannot tell. But somehow I fear we may play the game once too often." "And what then?" "Funnily enough, I've experienced the same curiously apprehensive feeling of late," he said. "I always try, of course, to crush it out, just as I crush out any other little pricks of conscience which occur to me when I awake in the mornings. Very strange that we should both of us entertain apprehensive feelings," she remarked very thoughtfully. "I hope it's no ill omen. Do you think it is?" "No," he laughed. "Don't let us seek trouble, for heaven's sake. At present there is not the slightest danger. Of that I feel confident. Let us go forward. When shall you go up to London?" "Tomorrow. I go to visit my dear friend, Mrs. Pollen, as I have told you." He laughed. "So really you're going on a visit to yourself?" "Excellent. Really you are unique, Aina. Well, it is the only way, and it will work well." Then a strange pair, who were upon such intimate terms, rose and strolled leisurely side by side back towards the opposite end of the promenade, chatting merrily the while. When approaching the beach hotel, they halted, and the woman bade the man goodbye. Afterwards, he sank upon a seat in one of the shelters, while she walked on and entered the hotel. Not until half an hour later, after he had taken a stroll along to the end of the pier, where the band was still playing, did he return to the hotel. Mrs. Morrison was at the moment sitting in the lounge, chatting with two men visitors. The eyes of the pair met as he passed, but neither gave any sign of recognition. To those in the lounge, the two were absolutely strangers to each other. Little did the other visitors dream of the dastardly, even demoniacal, plot that was being so skillfully woven in their midst. Next afternoon, Bernard Boyne stepped from out of the Holyhead Express upon Euston platform and drove in a taxi to Pont Street, where he was greeted warmly by his wife, who had been informed of his advent by telegram from Chester. "Well," she asked, when the door of the luxurious drawing-room was closed and they were alone, "and how did you find Aina?" "She's splendid. All goes well," was his enthusiastic reply. "She's got hold of a young Manchester solicitor who is carrying the policy through all right. He happens to be an agent of a Universal. She's on her way back to London now. I wasn't seen with her in the hotel, of course. When is she coming here?" "Tonight at 9. She wants to see you. I think the less she sees of me just now, the better. Don't you, Bernie?" "I quite agree. We don't want anyone to recognize you as friends when the time comes," replied Boyne. "As soon as she gets passed by the doctors, both of them unknown to any of us, which is a blessing, she'll have to go up to Scotland." "To New Galloway again?" "No, to Ardluey, that pretty little village at the head of Loch Lomond. The inquiries I have been making of the servants at Carstairs show that it is the lady's intention to go with her maid to Ardluey for a fortnight, and thence to Edinburgh for another fortnight. Really, Bernie, you are wonderful in the way you pry into people's intentions. Only by knowing the habits and intentions of our friends can we hope to be successful," was his reply, as he flung himself back among the silken cushions of the couch and lazily lit a cigarette. "So Aina will have to go to Scotland again?" "Yes. She ought to pass the doctors in a week. for this young fellow is pushing it through because of the handsome fee she will give him. And then, in the following week, she must put on her best frocks and best behavior and take a sleeper on the 9:25 from Euston to Glasgow. What an adventure, remarked the handsome woman before him. Of course, but we are out for big money this time, remember. You have examined the whole affair, I suppose, and considered it from every standpoint. Of course I have. As far as I could discover, there is no flaw in our armor. This young solicitor is newly married, and is much gratified that the wealthy Mrs. Morrison should take such notice of his young wife. But you know Ana well enough to be sure that she plays the game all right. She's the rich widow to the very letter, and talks about her dear husband in a manner that is really pathetic. She declares that they were such a devoted couple. Yes, Ana can play the game better than any woman in England, agreed his wife. Have some tea. No, it's too hot, he replied. Give me some lemonade. And she rose and presently brought him a glass of lemonade. She preferred to wait upon him, for she was always suspicious of the maids trying to listen to their conversation, which, however, was discreet and well guarded. That night at about 9:30, husband and wife, having dined together tete-a-tete, being waited on by the smart young Italian footman, Ana Pollen was ushered into the drawing room. "Oh, welcome back, dear," cried Mrs. Brayborn, jumping up and embracing her friend, making pretense, of course, before the servant. "Sit down. I had no idea you were in London. I thought you were somewhere in the wilds of Wales." Then, when the door had closed, her attitude altered to one of deep seriousness. "Well," she said, "according to Bernie, everything goes well, doesn't it?" "Excellently," replied the other. "You see in me Mrs. Augusta Morrison, widow of Carsfairn, New Galloway, who is in London on a visit to her friend, Ana Pollen, and who is about to be passed as a first-class life." And she laughed, the other two smiling grimly. "I congratulate you upon finding that young solicitor. What's his name?" "Emery, just getting together a practice and looking out for the big commission on the first of my premiums," she said. "We've met those before. Do you recollect that fellow Johnson Hughes?" "Phew, what an ass! But he was over head and ears in love with you." "My dear Ana," said Boyne, "and you know it." "Don't be sarcastic, Bernie," she exclaimed with a pout. "Whether he was in love with me or not, it doesn't matter. We brought off the little affair successfully, and we all had a share of the pickings. In these post-war profiteering days, it is only by callous dishonor and double-dealing one can make both ends meet. It begins in the cabinet and ends with the marine store dealer. Honesty spells ruin. That's my opinion." "I quite agree," Lilla declared. "If we had all three played a straight game, where should we be now?" "Living in Bridge Place," remarked Boyne, whereat the two women laughed merrily. That night Marigold met Gerald at Mark Lane Station, and they traveled westward together on the way home. In the underground train, they chatted about the mystery of Bridge Place, but amid the crush and turmoil of home-going city workers, they could say but little. Marigold had been again to see her deaf aunt, who was still unsuspicious of the strange state of affairs in her master's humble home. Gerald was next day compelled to accompany his principal up north to a conference upon food prices, and for 10 days he remained away. Therefore Marigold could only watch and wait. She went to Bridge Place several times and saw Mr. Boyne there. He was always cheerful and chatty. About him there seemed nothing really suspicious. Indeed, when she considered it all, she began to wonder whether she had not made a fool of herself. Chapter 4. Progress of the Plot. In the dull, somber consulting room of Sir Humphrey Sinclair in Queen and Street, Cavendish Square, a room with heavy mahogany furniture, well-worn carpet, a big writing table set in the window, and an adjustable couch against the wall, sat the pseudo Mrs. Augusta Morrison, who desired to insure her life. At the table sat the great physician, a clean-shaven, white-haired man, in large, round, gold-rimmed spectacles. He was dressed in a gray cashmere suit, for the weather was unbearably hot that morning, and, truth to tell, he was longing for his annual vacation at his pretty house by the sea at Frinton. In the medical world, Humphrey Sinclair had made a great name for himself, and had had among his patients various European royalties, besides large numbers of the British aristocracy and well-known people of both sexes. Quiet-mannered, soft-spoken, and exquisitely polite, he was always a favorite with his lady patients, while Lady Sinclair herself moved in a very good set. Having arranged a number of papers which the Universal had sent to him, he took one upon which a large number of questions were printed with blank spaces for the proposer's replies. Then, turning to her, he said with a smile, "I fear, Mrs. Morrison, that I shall be compelled to ask you a number of questions. Please understand that they're not merely out of curiosity, but the company claim a right to know the family and medical history of any person whose life they insure." "I perfectly understand, Sir Humphrey," replied the handsome woman. "Ask me any questions you wish, and I will try to reply to them to the best of my ability." "Very well," he said. "Let's begin." And he commenced to put to her questions regarding the date of her birth, the cause of the deaths of her father and her mother, whether she had ever suffered from this disease or that, dozens of which were enumerated, and so on. For nearly half an hour the great doctor plied her with questions which he read aloud from the paper, and then wrote down her replies in the spaces reserved for them. Never once did she hesitate. She knew those questions off by heart, indeed, and had her replies ready, replies culled from a budget of information which during the past 3 months had been cleverly collected. Truth to tell, she was replying quite accurately to the questions, but only so far as Mrs. Morrison of Carrsfairn was concerned. The medical history she gave was correct in every detail concerning Mrs. Morrison. But, after all, was not the proposal upon the life of Mrs. Morrison, and did not the famous physician believe her to be the widow of Carrsfairn? Sir Humphrey asked her to step upon the weighing machine in the corner of the room, and afterwards he measured her height and wrote it down with a grunt of satisfaction. Then, after further examination, and putting many questions, he reseated himself, and turned to the page upon which his own private opinion was to be recorded. "I hope you don't find much wrong with me?" asked the lady, with a little hesitation. "No, my dear madam, nothing that I can detect," was the physician's reply as he gazed at her through his big glasses. "Of course, my colleague, Dr. Hepburn, may discover something. I shall have to ask you to call upon him. When? Any time you care to arrange. Today, if you like. He may be at home. Shall I see?" "I do so wish you would, Sir Humphrey," Anus said. "I want to get back to Scotland, as I have to go to Ardluey next week." The great doctor took the telephone at his elbow, and was soon talking to Dr. Hepburn, with whom he arranged for the lady to call in an hour. Then Sir Humphrey scribbled the address in Harley Street on a slip of paper, and with a few polite words of reassurance, rang his bell, and the man's servant conducted her out. "An exceptionally pretty woman," grunted old Sir Humphrey to himself when she had gone. "Highly intelligent and a first-class life." And he sat down to record his own private views as to the physical condition of the person proposed for insurance. Ana idled before the shop windows in Oxford Street for 3/4 of an hour, and then took a taxi to Harley Street, where she found Dr. Stanley Hepburn, a short, stout, brown-bearded man of rather abrupt manner. In his smart, up-to-date consulting room, he put the same questions to her, wearying as they were, and parrot-like she answered them. "Truly, I'm having a busy morning, Doctor," she remarked, with a sigh, laughing at the same time. "Apparently," he said, smiling. "I must apologize for bothering you with all these questions. Sir Humphrey has, no doubt, gone through them all." "He has. Well, never mind. Forgive me, and let's get along," he said briskly. And he proceeded with question after question. At last, after an examination exactly like that conducted by Sir Humphrey, Dr. Hepburn reseated himself at his table and said, "Well, Mrs. Morrison, I don't think I need keep you any longer." "Are you quite satisfied with me?" she asked boldly. He was silent for a few seconds. "As far as I myself am concerned, I see no reason whatever why the company should not accept the risk," was his reply. "Of course, I don't know the nature of Sir Humphrey's report, but I expect it coincides with my own. I can detect nothing to cause apprehension, and in normal circumstances, you should live to quite old age." "Thanks. That is a very agreeable piece of information," she said. Then, his waiting room being crowded, for he had given her a special appointment, he rose and, bowing, dismissed her, saying, "I shall send in my report to the company tonight. Therefore, the matter should go through without delay. Afterwards, as she walked along Harley Street, a great weight having been lifted from her mind, she hailed a taxi and drove back to her pretty flat in Upper Brook Street, where a dainty lunch awaited her. To answer frankly and correctly those questions had been an ordeal. Those queries were so cleverly arranged that if, after death, the replies to any of them are found to be false, the company would be able to resist the claim upon it. To give a true and faithful account of your parents' ailments and your own illnesses is difficult enough, but to give an equally true account of those of another person is extremely difficult and presents many pitfalls. And none knew that better than Anna Pollen. After lunch, she rested for an hour, as was her habit in summer, and then she took a taxi to Pont Street, where she had tea with Lilla Brayborn. To her, she related her adventures among the medicos, adding, "All is serene. There's nothing the matter with Mrs. Morrison of Carsfairn. She's in excellent health and may live to be 90. Hers is a first-class life." "Bernie predicted it," said the wife of the humble insurance agent of Hammersmith. "You were past fit in the Fitzgerald affair. You recollect." "Yes," snapped the handsome woman. "What a pity the sum wasn't 5,000 instead of 500. "I agree. But we didn't then realize how easy was the game. Now we know. A few preliminary inquiries, a plausible tongue, which, thanks to heaven, you've got, Anna, a few smart dresses, and a knowledge of all the devious ways of insurance and assignments, and the thing is easy. Well, as far as we've gone in this matter, all goes well. Thanks to Bernie's previous inquiries regarding the good lady of Carsfairn. She's a bit of a skinflint, I believe. Can't keep servants. She has a factor who is a very close Scot, and things at Carsfairn are usually in a perturbed condition," Lilla said. "Bernie has gone back to Bridge Place. What an awful life the poor dear leads. Fancy having to live with that deaf old woman, Fellmore." "Yes, but isn't it part of the game? By living in Hammersmith, and being such a hard-working, respectable man, he acquires a lot of very useful knowledge." "Quite so, but it must be very miserable there for him." "He doesn't mind it, he says," was the reply. "It brings money." "It certainly does that," said Lilla. "When shall you go north? Will you wait till the policy is issued?" "I think not. The sooner I meet Mrs. Morrison, the better. Don't you agree?" "Certainly. What does Bernie say?" "That's his view," answered Anna. "So I shall go to Scotland at the end of the week. I shall stay at the Central in Glasgow for a night or two, and then on to Loch Lomond. Bernie has heard from one of his secret sources of information that the widow is leaving Carsfairn 3 days earlier than she intended. She goes to visit a niece who lives in Crieff, and then on to Ardluey. I've been to Ardluey before, on a day trip from Glasgow up the loch," Anna said. "A quiet, remote little place with an excellent hotel right at the extreme end of the loch, beyond Inversnaid. Then you'll go north without waiting for the policy?" "Yes. Letters will come to me addressed care of myself, and Bernie will send them on. As soon as I have noticed that the company will accept me, I'll pay the premium. I've already opened a little account in the name of Augusta Morrison, so that I can send them a check. In the meanwhile, we need lose no time. And yet I don't think we ought to rush it unduly, do you?" asked Lilla. "Oh, we shan't do that, my dear Lilla. There's a lot to be done in the matter of inspiring confidence. Perhaps dear Augusta will not take to me. What then? You always know how to make yourself pleasant, Anna. She'll take to you, never fear. According to the reports we've had about her, she's rather discriminating in her friendships," said the handsome woman, smiling grimly. "Well, I rather wish I were coming with you for a fortnight on Loch Lomond," said Lilla. "No, my dear, you have no place in the picture at present. Much as I would like your companionship, you are far better here at home." "Yes, I suppose you are right," answered her friend, sighing. "But I long for Scotland in these warm summer days. Get Bernie to take you to the seaside for a bit. There's nothing urgent doing just now." "Bernie is far too busy in Hammersmith, my dear," Lilla laughed. "He wouldn't miss his weekly round for worlds. Besides, he's got some important church work on, helping the vicar in a series of mission meetings." "Bernie is a good churchman, I've heard," said Anna. "Of course. That, too, is part of the big bluff. The man who carries round the bag every Sunday is always regarded as pious and upright. and Bernie never loses a chance to increase his halo of respectability. Aina remained at Pont Street for about half an hour longer, and then, returning to her own flat, she set about sorting out the dresses she would require for Scotland and assisted her elderly maid to pack them. Afterward, she returned into her elegant little drawing room and seated herself at the little writing table, where she consulted a diary. Then she wrote telegrams to the hotels at Glasgow and at Ardluey, engaging rooms for dates which, after reflection, she decided upon. Aina Pollen was a woman of determination and method. Her exterior was that of a butterfly of fashion, careless of everything save her dress and her hair. Yet beneath the surface she was calm, clever, and unscrupulous, a woman who had never loved, and who, indeed, held the opposite sex in supreme contempt. The adventure in which she was at that moment engaged was the most daring she had ever undertaken. The unholy trio had dabbled in small affairs, each of which had brought them profit, but the present undertaking would, she knew, require all her tact and cunning. The real Mrs. Augusta Morrison, the widow of Carstairs, was one of Boyne's discoveries, and by judicious inquiry, combined with other investigations which Aina herself had made, they knew practically everything concerning her, her friends, and her movements. The preliminaries had taken fully 3 months, for prior to going to Llandudno, there to assume the widow's identity, Aina had been in secret to New Galloway, and while staying at the Lochinvar Arms, at Derry, she had been able to gather many facts concerning the rich widow of Carstairs, a copy of whose birth and marriage certificate she had obtained for Somerset House. After writing the telegrams, she took a sheet of notepaper and wrote to Mr. Emery in Manchester, telling him that she had passed both doctors and asking him to hurry forward the policy. "My movements during the next fortnight or so are a little uncertain," she wrote, "but please always address me as above, care of my friend, Mrs. Pollen. Please give my best regards to your dear wife, and accept the same yourself. Yours very sincerely, Augusta Morrison." 3 nights later, Aina left Euston in the sleeping car for Glasgow, arriving early next morning, and for a couple of days idled away the time in the great hotel, the Central, eagerly awaiting a telegram. At last it came. The porter handed it to her as she returned from a walk. She tore it open, and when she read its contents, she went instantly pale. The message was disconcerting, for instead of giving information regarding the movements of the woman she had been impersonating, it read, "Remain in Glasgow. A.M. leaving tonight. Will be with you in morning. Urgent. Bernard." What could have happened? A hitch had apparently occurred in the arrangements, which had been so thoroughly discussed and every detail considered. It was then 6 o'clock in the evening. Boyne could not be there until 8 o'clock on the following morning. She glanced bewildered around the busy hall of the hotel, where men and women with piles of luggage were constantly arriving and departing. Why is he not more explicit? She asked herself in apprehension. What could have happened? She wondered. For yet another 14 hours, she must remain in suspense. Suddenly, however, she recollected that she could telephone to Lilla, and she put through a call without delay. Half an hour later, she spoke to her friend over the wire, inquiring the reason of Boyne's journey north. "My dear, I'm sorry," replied Lilla in her high-pitched voice, "but I really cannot tell you over the phone. It is some very important business he wants to see you about." "But am I not to go to Ardluey?" asked Aina. "I don't know. Bernie wants to see you without delay. That's all." "But has anything happened?" she demanded eagerly. "Yes, something, but I can't tell you now. Bernie will explain. He'll be with you in Glasgow early tomorrow morning." "Is it anything very serious?" "I think it may be. Very," was Lilla's reply. And at that moment the operator cut off communication with London, the 6 minutes allowed having expired. Chapter 5 contains a note of alarm. Aina Pollen was on the platform when the dusty night express from London ran slowly into the Caledonian Station at Glasgow. Bernard Boyne, erect and smartly dressed, stepped out quickly from the sleeping car to be greeted by her almost immediately. "What's happened?" she demanded anxiously beneath her breath. "I can't tell you here, Aina. Wait till we're in the hotel," he replied. She saw by his countenance that something was amiss. Together, they walked from the platform into the hotel, and having ascended in the lift to her private sitting room, the man flung himself into a chair and said, "A very perilous situation has arisen regarding the Martin affair." "The Martin affair?" she gasped, instantly pale to the lips. "I always feared it. That girl, Celine Tennant, had some suspicion, I believe." "Exactly. She was your maid, and you parted bad friends. It was injudicious. Where is she now, I wonder?" "At her home in Melun, near Paris." "You must go at once to Paris and ask her to meet you," Boyne said. "To Paris?" she cried in dismay. "Yes. Not a second must be lost. Inquiries are on foot. I discovered the situation yesterday, quite by accident." "Inquiries?" she cried. "Who could be making inquiries?" "Some friend of that girl, a Frenchman. He has come over here to find me." "To find you? But she only knew you under the name of Bennett." "Exactly. And that is our salvation," he said with a grin. "But the affair is distinctly serious unless we can make peace with Celine, and at the same time make it worth her while to withdraw this inquiry. No doubt she's looking forward to a big reward for furnishing information." "But why can't we give her the reward?" asked the shrewd, red-haired woman quickly. "That's exactly my argument. That is why you must leave this present little matter, turn back to Celine, and make it right with her. How much do you think it will cost?" Bernard Boyne shrugged his shoulders. "Whatever it is, we must pay," he replied. "We can't afford for this girl to remain an enemy, and yours especially." "Of course not," Aina agreed. "What is her address?" Boyne took a slip of paper from his pocketbook and handed it to the handsome woman. "But what excuse can I possibly make for approaching her?" she asked, bewildered. "Pretend you've come to Paris to offer to take her into your service again," Boyne suggested. "She will then meet you, and you can express regret that you sent her away so suddenly, and offer to make reparation, and all that. There was an object in sending her away so peremptorily. You know what it was, Bernie?" "I know, of course. She might have discovered something then. You adopted the only course, but unfortunately, it has turned out to have been a most injudicious one, which may, if we are not very careful and don't act at once, lead to the exposure of a very nasty circumstance, the affair of old Martin." "I quite see," she said. "I'll go to Paris without delay. You'll stay at the Bristol, as before, I suppose?" "Yes. I will ask her to come and see me there." Boyne hesitated. "No, I don't know whether it would not be better for you to go out to Melun for the day and find her there," he queried. "Remember, you must handle the affair with the greatest delicacy. You've practically got to pay her for blackmail, which she has not sought. That's the difficulty, and the sum must be equal, if not more, to that which she and her French friend who has come over here to seek and identify you hope to get out of it by their disclosures." "Oh, yes," she said, "I quite see it all. I admit that the situation which has arisen is full of peril," Aina remarked the man seated before her. "But you are a clever woman, and with the exercise of tact and cunning, in addition to the disbursement of funds, we shall undoubtedly be able to wriggle out, as we always do." "Let's hope so," she said with a sigh. "But what about Ard Louis and Mrs. Morrison? Your visit to Paris is more important at the moment. You must lose no time in getting there. Before I left London, I instructed my bank to send £5,000 to you at the head office of the Credit Lyonnais. You will be able to draw at once when you get there, and it will give you time to get more money if you deem it wise to pay any bigger sum. Really, you leave nothing undone, Bernie. Not when danger arises. My dear Aina," he laughed. "In the meantime, I'll have to remain very low. That infernal Frenchman may be watching Lilla with the idea that I might visit Pont Street. But I shan't go near her again till the danger is past." "Then I'd better get away as soon as possible," she said. "I could be in London this evening and cross to Paris by the night mail." "Yes," he replied. "Don't waste an instant in getting in touch with her. Have a rest in Paris and then go to Melun. You can be there tomorrow afternoon. Shall you go back to London with me?" "No, better not be seen together," he said. "Let's be discreet. You can go by the 10 o'clock express, which will just give you time to cross London to Victoria and catch the boat train, and I'll leave by the next express, which goes at 1. The less we are together at present, the better." "I agree entirely," Aina said with a sigh. "But this affair will, I see, be very difficult to adjust. Not if you keep your wits about you, Aina, he assured her. It isn't half so difficult as the arrangements you made with that pious old fellow Fleming. Don't you recollect how very near the wind we were all sailing? And yet you took him in hand and convinced him of your innocence. I was dealing with a man then, she remarked. Now I have to deal with a shrewd girl. Besides, we don't know who this inquisitive Frenchman may be. You'll soon discover all about him, no doubt. Just put on your thinking cap on the way over to Paris, and doubtless before you arrive, you'll hit upon some plan which will be just as successful as the attitude you adopted towards old Daniel Fleming. Then he added, I wish you'd order breakfast to be served up here, for I'm ravenously hungry. She rose, rang the bell, and ordered breakfast for two. While it was being prepared, Boyne went along the corridor to wash, while Aina retired to her room and packed her trunk ready for her departure south at 10 o'clock. Afterwards, she saw the head porter and got him to secure her a place on the train and also in the restaurant car, which is usually crowded. They breakfasted tete-a-tete, after which she paid her bill, and at 10 o'clock left him standing upon the platform to idle away 3 hours wandering about the crowded Glasgow streets before his departure at 1 o'clock. Next morning, Aina Pollen took her déjeuner at 11:30 in the elegant table d'hôte room of the aristocratic Hotel Bristol, in Paris, a big white salon which overlooks the Place Vendôme. Afterwards, she took a taxi to the Gare de Lyon, whence she traveled to Melun, 30 miles distant, that town from which come the Brie cheeses. On arrival, she inquired for the Boulevard Victor Hugo, and an open cab drove her away across the little island in the Seine, past the old church of Saint-Espèce, to a point where, in the boulevard, stood a monument to the great savant Pasteur. The cab pulled up opposite the monument, where, alighting, Aina found herself before a large 4-storied house, the ground floor of which was occupied by a tobacconist and a shop which sold comestibles. Of the old bespectacled concierge who was cobbling boots in the entrance, she inquired for Madame Tenet, and his gruff reply was, Au troisième à gauche. So, mounting the stone steps, she found a left-hand door on the 3rd floor and rang the bell. The door opened, and the good-looking young French girl, who had been her maid for 6 months at Brighton, confronted her. Well, Céline, exclaimed Aina merrily in French. You didn't expect to see me, did you? The girl stood aghast and open-mouthed. Do you? Madam, she gasped. I certainly did not. Well, I chanced to be passing through Melun, and I thought I would call upon you. The girl stood in the doorway, apparently disinclined to invite her late mistress into the small flat which she and her mother, the widow of the local postmaster, occupied. I wrote to you, madam, 2 months ago, but you never replied. I have never had any letter from you, Céline, Aina declared. But may I not come in for a moment to have a chat with you? But perhaps you have visitors? No, madam, was her reply. I am alone. My mother went to my aunt's at Provins this morning. Good, then I may come in. If madam wishes, she said, still with some reluctance, and led the way to a small, rather sparsely furnished salon, which overlooked the cobbled street below. I've been staying a few days at Marlatte, and am now on my way back to Paris, said her former mistress, seating herself in a chair. Besides, I wanted particularly to see you, Céline, for several reasons. I feel somehow that I have not treated you as I really ought to have done. I dismissed you abruptly after poor Mr. Martin's death, but I was so very upset. I was not actually myself. I know I ought not to have done what I did. Please forgive me. The dark-haired, good-looking young girl in well-cut black skirt and cotton blouse merely shrugged her well-shaped shoulders. She uttered no word. Indeed, she had not yet recovered from her surprise at the sudden appearance of her former mistress. I don't know what you must have thought of me, Céline, Aina added. I thought many things of madame, the girl admitted. Naturally, you must have thought me most ungrateful, after all the services you had rendered me, often without reward, remarked the red-haired widow. But I assure you that I am not ungrateful. The girl only smiled. She recollected the manner in which she had been suddenly dismissed and sent out from the house at 5 minutes' notice, and for no fault that she could discover. She recollected how madame had 2 friends, an old man named Martin, and a younger one named Bennett. Mr. Martin, who was a wealthy bachelor living in Chiswick, had suddenly contracted typhoid and died. Madam, who had been most grief-stricken, received a visit from Bennett next day, and she had overheard the pair in conversation in the drawing room. That conversation had been of a most curious character, but its true import had never occurred to her at the time. Next day, her mistress had summarily dismissed her, giving her a month's wages and requesting her to leave instantly. This she had done and returned to her home in France. It was not until nearly 2 months later that she realized the grim truth. The strange words of Mr. Bennett, as she recollected them, utterly staggered her. And now this woman's sudden appearance had filled her with curiosity. Your action in sending me away in a manner you did certainly did not betray any sense of gratitude, madam, the girl said quite coolly. No, no, Celine. Do forgive me, she urged. Poor Mr. Martin was a very old friend, and his death greatly perturbed me. Celine, however, remembered how to the man Bennett she had in confidence expressed the greatest satisfaction that the old man had died. Anna was, of course, entirely ignorant of how much of that conversation the girl had overheard or understood. Indeed, she had not been quite certain that the girl had heard anything. She had dismissed her for quite another reason, in order that, if inquiries were made, a friendship between Bernard Boyne and the dead man could not be established. Celine was the only person aware of it, hence she constituted a grave danger. Anna used all her charm and her powers of persuasion over the girl, and as she sat chatting with her, she recalled many incidents while the girl was in her service. Now look here, Celine, she said at last. I'll be perfectly frank with you. I've come to ask you if you'll let bygones be bygones and return to me. The girl, much surprised at the offer, hesitated for a moment and then replied, I regret, madam, it is quite impossible. I cannot return to London. That was exactly the reply for which the clever woman wished. Why not, pray? She asked the girl in a tone of regret. Because the man to whom I am betrothed would not allow me, was her reply. Oh, then you are engaged, Celine. Happy girl. I congratulate you most heartily. And who is the happy man? Henri Gaultier. And what is his profession? He is employed in the mairie at Chantilly, was her reply. He is at Chantilly now. The girl again hesitated. Then she replied, No, he is in London. Anna held her breath. It was evidently the man to whom Celine was engaged who was in London in search of Richard Bennett. Next second, she recovered from her excitement at her success in making the discovery. In London? Is he employed there? Yes, temporarily, she answered. And when are you to marry? In December, we hope. Ah, then, much as I regret it, I quite understand that you cannot return to me, Celine, exclaimed Anna. Does Monsieur Gaultier speak English? Yes, very well, madam. He was born in London and lived there until he was 18. Oh, well, of course he would speak our language excellently. But though you will no doubt both be happy in the near future, I myself am not at all satisfied with my own conduct towards you. I've treated you badly. I feel that in some way or other I ought to put myself right with you. I never like a servant to speak badly of me. I do not speak badly of madam, responded the girl, wondering whether, after all, her late mistress suspected her of overhearing that startling conversation late on the night following Mr. Martin's death. Anna hesitated a moment, and then determined to act boldly, and said, Now, Celine, let us be quite frank. I happen to know that you have said some very nasty things about me. Wicked things, indeed. I heard that you have made a very serious allegation against me, and— But, madam, cried the girl, interrupting. Now you cannot deny it, Celine. You have said those things because you have sadly misjudged me. But I know it is my own fault, and the reason I am here in Melun is to put matters right, and to show you that I bear you no ill will. I know that, madam, she said. Your words are sufficient proof of it. But, on the contrary, you are antagonistic, bitterly antagonistic towards myself, and, she added slowly, looking straight into the girl's face, and also towards Mr. Bennett. She started, looking sharply at the red-haired widow. Yes, I repeat it, Celine. Anna went on. You see, I know the truth. Yet your feeling against Mr. Bennet does not matter to him in the least, because he died a month ago of influenza." "Mr. Bennet dead?" echoed the girl, standing aghast, for as a matter of fact, her lover, Henri Gaultier, was searching for him in London. "Yes, the poor fellow went to Birmingham on business, took influenza, and died there a week later." "Is it not sad?" "Very," the girl agreed, staring straight before her. If Bennet were dead, then of what avail would be all her efforts to probe the mystery of Mr. Martin's death? "Mr. Bennet was always generous to you, was he not?" asked Dana. "Always," replied the girl. "I'm very sorry he is dead." "Well, he is, and therefore whatever hatred you may have conceived for him is of no importance," she replied, and then adroitly turned the conversation to another subject. At length, however, she returned to Celine's approaching marriage, expressing a hope that she would be very comfortably off. "Has Monsieur Gault your money?" "Not very much," she replied, "but we shall be quite happy nevertheless." "Of course, money does not always mean happiness." "I'm glad you view matters in that light, Celine," Innes said. "Yet, on the other hand, money contributes to luxury, and luxury, in most cases, means happiness." "True, madam, I believe so," replied the ex-maid, whose thoughts were, however, filled by what her late mistress had, apparently in all innocence, told her, namely, that Bennet, the man her lover meant to hunt down, was dead. She had no reason to doubt what Mrs. Pollen had said, for only on the previous day Henri had written her to say that his inquiries had had no result, and that he believed that the man Bennet must be dead, as he could obtain no trace of him. The reward which they hoped to gain from the insurance company, when they had established Bennet's identity, had therefore vanished into air. Celine Tennant sat bewildered and disappointed, and the clever woman, seated with her, read her thoughts as she would have read a book. "Now let's come to the point," she said after a pause. "I want to make amends, Celine. I want you to think better of me, and for that purpose, I want to render you some little service now that you are to marry. My desire is to remove from your mind any antagonism you may entertain towards myself. The best way in which I can do that is to make you a little wedding present, something useful." "Oh, madam," she cried, I really want nothing." "But I insist, Celine," replied the wealthy widow. "Poor Mr. Bennet remarked that I was very harsh in dismissing you. At the time I did not think so, but I now realize that the fault was on my side. Therefore, I shall give you 30,000 francs to put by as a little nest egg." "But, madam, I could not really accept it," declared the girl, exhibiting her palms. "I have an account at the Credit Lyonnais, and tomorrow I shall place the 30,000 francs there in your name," said Mrs. Pollen. "I shall want you to come to Paris, to the Hotel Bristol, so that we can go to the bank together, and you can there open an account and give them your signature. If I were you, I would say nothing whatever to Monsieur Gaultier about it, or even tell him of my visit. Just keep the money for yourself, as a little present from one who, after all, greatly valued your services." Though the girl pretended to be entirely against receiving any present, yet she realized that possession of such a respectable sum would be able to assist in preparing her new home. After all, it was most generous of Madame. Yes, she had sadly misjudged her, she reflected, after Mrs. Pollen had left. So, adopting her late mistress's suggestion, she refrained from telling her mother of the unexpected visit. That night she wrote to Gaultier, who was staying in a boarding house in Bloomsbury, telling him that she had heard of the death of Bennet, but not revealing the source of her information. She therefore suggested that he should spend no further time or money on the inquiry, but return at once to his duties at Chantilly. Next day, Celine called at the Hotel Bristol, when mistress and maid went together to the bank in the Boulevard des Italiens, and there the girl received the handsome present. After this, she returned much gratified to Melun, while her late mistress left Paris that same night for London. She had cleverly gained the girl's complete confidence, thereby preventing any further inquiry into the curious circumstances attending the death of Mr. Martin, of Chiswick. Chapter 6. The Locked Room in Hammersmith. "I'll go in first, and see if Mr. Boyne is at home," said Marigold Ramsay excitedly to her companion, Gerald Durrant, as they turned into Bridge Place, Hammersmith, about 9:30 one night 10 days later. Yes, if he's there I won't come in. We'll wait till another evening, the young fellow said. If he's out, I shall tell Auntie that you are here and ask whether I can bring you in, said the girl, and leaving him idling at the corner, she hurried to the house and went down the basement steps. What Marigold had told Durrant had aroused his curiosity concerning the occupier of that creeper-covered house, and after much deliberation, he had, after his return from Newcastle, decided to make an investigation. Certainly the exterior of the place presented nothing unusual, for the house was exactly the same as its neighbors, save for the dusty creeper which hung untrimmed around the windows. Yet the fact that the man who lived there disguised himself when he went to a locked attic was certainly mysterious. After a few moments, the girl emerged, and hastening towards him, said eagerly, "It's all right. Mr. Boyne is not expected home before 10:30. I'll introduce you to my aunt, and before she goes to bed, as she always does at 10, I'll manage to unbolt the basement door. Then we'll go out and return without her being any the wiser." "Excellent," he replied, as they walked to the front door which Marigold had left ajar. In the hall, Mrs. Felmore met them fussily. "Very pleased to know you, Mr. Durrant," declared the deaf old lady without, of course, having heard Gerald's greeting as he shook her hand. "My aunt is very deaf," the girl said. "She can read what I say by my lips, but it will be useless for you to try and converse with her. Mr. Boyne can just manage to do so." "Then I'll do the same," said Gerald, glancing around the front parlor, into which Mrs. Felmore had then ushered them. He noted the cheapness of the furniture, combined with scrupulous cleanliness, as Mrs. Felmore, turning to him, said in that loud voice in which the deaf usually converse, "I hope you'll make yourself at home, Mr. Durrant. Any friend of my niece is welcome here. Would you like a cup of tea? I know Marigold will have one." He thanked her, and she went below to prepare it, leaving the pair in Mr. Boyne's room. Quickly Gerald rose, remarking, "There's nothing very curious about this, is there?" He made a critical tour of the apartment. He noticed the cupboards on either side of the fireplace, and, on trying the handle of one, found it locked. "He keeps his insurance papers in there," said his companion in a low voice. "What? More insurance papers? I thought he kept them in the locked room upstairs," exclaimed Durrant. "So he does, but there are some others here," she said. "This cupboard is open. He keeps Nibby here." "Nibby, who's that?" "Here he is," replied the girl, opening the door and taking out the cage containing the tame rat. "Is that his pet?" asked the young man, bending to examine the little animal, whose beady eyes regarded him with considerable apprehension. "Yes. Nibby always feeds off his master's plate after he is finished. A sweet little thing, isn't he?" Durrant agreed, but the possession of such a pet showed him that Boyne was a man of some eccentricity. "Would you like to see the door of the locked room?" Marigold asked. "If so, I'll go downstairs and keep my aunt there while you run up to the top floor." "Excellent. I brought my electric torch with me." So while Marigold descended to the kitchen to talk to her aunt and help to prepare the cup of tea, young Durrant switched on his light and rushed up the stairs, half fearing lest the front door should suddenly open and Boyne appear. Arrived at the top of the stairs, he was confronted by the door which led into the attic, a stout one of oak, he noted. The doors of all the other rooms were of deal, painted and grained. This, however, was heavy and of oiled oak. After careful examination, he came to the conclusion that the particular door was much more modern than the others, and the circular brass keyhole of the Yale latch gave it the appearance of the front door of a house, rather than that of a room. Some strange secret, no doubt, lay behind that locked door. If it had an occupant, he would, in all probability, have a light. Therefore he switched off his torch and tried to discover any ray of light shining through a crack. Carefully he went around the whole door until he drew away the mat before it, when, sure enough, a light showed from within. With bated breath he listened. He could, however, distinguish no sound, even though he placed his ear to the floor. Then, raising himself, much gratified at his discovery, but nevertheless increasingly puzzled, he recollected that the occupant, whoever he might be, would no doubt have heard his footsteps and was now remaining quiet, little dreaming that his light had betrayed his presence. Suddenly, As he stood there straining his ears, he heard the sound of low ticking, the ticking of clock. Again he bent his ear to the bottom of the door, and then at once established the fact that the clock was inside that locked room. He heard Marigold coming up from below, and at once slipped down again, meeting her in the hall. When within the sitting room, he said to her in a low, tense voice, "There's somebody in that room. There's a light there." "Your first surmise is correct then, Gerald," she exclaimed. "Who can it possibly be?" That we have to discover," he said. "Let's be patient. I wonder, however, who could be living up there in secret? At any rate, he is both light and the time of day. In this weather he only wants food and water. But it's extraordinary that somebody should live here without my aunt's knowledge." "It is. But there are dozens of people hidden away in London. People believed by their friends to be dead, or abroad," he said. "In a great city like ours it is quite easy to hide, providing that one is concealed by a trusty friend. I wonder," he added, "how many people whose obituary notices have appeared in the papers are living in secret in upstairs rooms or down in cellars, dragging out their lives in self-imprisonment, yet buoyed by the hope that one day they may, when changed in appearance by years, reappear among their fellow men and laugh up their sleeves because nobody recognizes them. Really, do you honestly think that Mr. Boyne is concealing somebody here?" asked the girl anxiously. "Everything points to it. A light in the room and a clock. But why should he pay visits to him in disguise?" That's quite another matter. We have yet to discover the motive, and we can only do so by watching vigilantly." Then he described to her how he had pulled away the mat from before the door, and how the light had been revealed. "Well," exclaimed the girl, "I'm greatly puzzled over the whole affair. May I not be frank with Auntie, and tell her what we suspect?" "By no means," he answered. "It would be most injudicious. It would only alarm her, and upset any plans we may make. I wonder who can really be up there. Some very close friend of this Mr. Boyne, without a doubt. He must have some strange motive for concealing him. But if he's a friend, why does he disguise himself when he visits him?" queried the girl. "Yes, that's just the point. There's something very curious about the whole affair," declared the young man. "When your aunt is in bed, he goes up, evidently to take his friend food and drink. And yet he puts on a gown which makes him look, as you have described it, like a Spanish inquisitor, only all in white." "Why white? Can it be that the person upstairs is not self-imprisoned?" suggested the young man, as a sudden thought occurred to him. "Can it be that whoever is confined there is without proper mental balance? Solitary confinement produces madness, remember. In Italy, where solitary confinement for life takes the place of capital punishment for murder, the criminal always ends his days as a lunatic, driven mad by that terrible loneliness which even a dog could not suffer." "That's certainly quite another point of view," she remarked. "I hadn't thought of that." "Well, it is one to bear in mind," he said. "Your aunt, a most worthy lady, is devoted to Mr. Boyne and serves him well. For the present, let her hold him in high esteem. In the meantime, we will watch and endeavor to solve this mystery, Marigold." Hardly had the words left his mouth when the old lady entered the room with 2 cups of tea upon a brass tray. "There," she said, addressing Marigold. "I know you like a cup o' tea at this hour of the evening, and I hope, Mr. Durrant, it will be to your liking. Mr. Boyne often has a cup out of my teapot if he gets home before I go to bed." "It's awfully good of you, Auntie," the girl declared. "I know Mr. Durrant highly appreciates it." "That's all right," laughed the old lady. "I'll soon be going to bed. It's near 10 o'clock now." Gerald glanced at his wristwatch and saw that it was just 10. Then, when Mrs. Felmore had gone, he said to the girl, "Hadn't we better be going? Boyne will be back soon." "Right," she said, drinking her tea daintily. "I'll go down and unfasten the basement door. Annie has no doubt bolted it. Then, when she's gone to bed, we can get in again." And a few moments later she left him. 5 minutes later she reappeared, followed by Mrs. Felmore. "Auntie is going to bed," she said. "We must be off, Gerald." The young man rose, smiled pleasantly, and shook the deaf woman's hand in farewell. Then, a few moments later, the young pair descended the front steps and left the house. About 10 minutes later, however, they returned to it, slipping unobserved down the area steps. Marigold turned the handle of the door, and in the darkness they both entered the kitchen, where they waited eagerly without lighting the gas and conversing only in whispers. Mrs. Felmore had gone upstairs, and stone-deaf that she was, would hear no noise below. She had left the gas turned low in the hall in readiness for her master's return, retiring fully satisfied with the appearance and manners of the young man to whom her niece had that night introduced her. The pair, waiting below in the darkness, remained eagerly on the alert. It was 10:15, and Bernard Boyne might return at any time. But each minute which passed seemed an hour, so anxious and puzzled were they, and at every noise they held their breath and waited. At last footsteps sounded outside, somebody ascending the stone steps above, and next second there was a click as a key was put into the latch of the front door. "Here he is, at last," the girl whispered. "Now we'll watch." They watched together, and by doing so learned some very strange facts. Chapter 7. What happened in Bridge Place? Together Marigold and her lover crept up the kitchen stairs in the darkness, and heard Mr. Boyne moving about in the front parlor. They heard him yawn as he threw off his coat, for the night was sultry, and there were sounds which showed that he was eating his evening meal. They heard the loud fizzing as he unscrewed a bottle of beer, and the noise of a knife and fork upon the plate, for he had left the door open. After about 10 minutes, for he seemed to eat his supper hurriedly, he flung off his boots, and in his socks crept upstairs to Mrs. Felmore's door, apparently to satisfy himself that she had retired. "Hadn't we better get down?" suggested Durrant in a low whisper. "He may take it into his head to come down and search here." "No, he never comes into the kitchen. So long as Annie has gone to bed, he does not mind. Let's wait and watch." This they did. After a few moments, Mr. Boyne came down again and walked along the narrow passage back to his room, satisfied that all was quiet. He had removed his boots, apparently for some other purpose than to be able to move about in silence, for however heavily he trod, his old housekeeper would not hear him. Perhaps, however, he feared that her sense of feeling had been so highly developed that she might have detected the vibration caused by his footsteps. He remained for nearly a quarter of an hour in his room, while the pair stood breathless in the darkness. "This is just what happened when I last watched," the girl whispered into the ear of the young man, who held her arm affectionately in the darkness. "I wonder when he'll come out," remarked young Durrant, highly excited over the curious adventure. That something remarkable was afoot was proved by the man's action in ascending the stairs to ascertain that his housekeeper had retired and would not disturb his movements. At last they heard a soft movement, and next moment, peering over the banisters, they saw a tall, ghostly form clad from top to toe in a long, loose white gown advancing to the stairs. In one hand he carried a glass jug filled with water, and in the other a plate piled with bread and other food. "See," whispered Durrant, "there is somebody upstairs in that locked room. He's carrying food and water to his prisoner." "Hush," the girl said softly and in excitement. "He may hear you. He's very quick." But the strange occupant of the house had already ascended out of view, and a few moments later they heard a click as he put his key into the Yale lock of the closed room. They distinctly heard him open the door, and as distinctly heard him close it again. "You wait here, Marigold," the young fellow whispered. "I'll creep up and see what I can. Perhaps I shall hear them talking." "Yes, do," she said, "but take the greatest care. Mind the stairs don't creak. He'll be alarmed in a moment." "Leave that to me," he replied, and next moment he left her side, and slowly ascending the few remaining steps, gained the hall, and then the foot of the stairs which led to the first floor. Though he had not removed his shoes, he made no noise, for he trod slowly and cautiously, never lifting one foot until the other was down silently. Thus, very slowly, he followed the mysterious man in white. Hardly had he ascended 4 steps when an electric bell sounded, apparently in the locked room. He halted, and in an instant decided to retreat. Scarcely before Marigold had realized that the alarm had sounded, he sprang down, rejoined her, and whispering, "Quick, let's get down," he descended into the dark kitchen. There, clutching her by the arm, he felt his way to the door. Without pausing to listen to the effect of the alarm upon the man upstairs, the pair passed out into the area, closed the door after them, hurried up the steps, and out into the street. "Let's get away before he sees us." Gerald urged, and they both ran light-footed along to the corner into King Street, where they escaped. "There's a trap in that house," Durrant declared, as after hurrying breathlessly, they walked along in the direction of the Broadway station. "Upon one of those stairs is an electrical contact, which gives to the locked room the alarm of an intruder. He switched it on from his room below." "Yes," said the girl. "I feel sure there is. And that shows that there's something very wrong somewhere. Mr. Boyne has, in secret, a guest who is in hiding upstairs. He takes him food and water every night, as we have seen with our own eyes. And, further, he had taken the precaution of installing an electrical alarm in case anyone followed him upstairs while he was there with his friend." "True," said the girl. "But why does he disguise himself whenever he goes up there?" "That we cannot yet tell. At present, it is a complete mystery, and a most uncanny one. I can't see the motive of that disguise. Is it not weird? He was covered from head to foot in that white cloak, and only those 2 slits for his eyes." "Yes, and he moved as silently as a shadow." So the pair conversed until they reached the Broadway station and left by the underground a few moments later. What they had witnessed that night had increased the mystery 100-fold. In the meantime, Bernard Boyne had been startled by the ringing of the bell, yet in the full knowledge that Mrs. Felmore could hear nothing. That secret alarm had, as a matter of fact, been installed with his own hands about 2 months before, with its switch concealed in the upstairs room. On hearing it, he instantly flung off his white cloak and dashed headlong down the stairs. In the hall, however, he halted and burst out laughing. "Fool you are, Bernard," he exclaimed aloud to himself. "Yes, you are getting more nervous every day." The reason of this was because close to the front door sat Mrs. Felmore's black cat, waiting to be let out for the night. "Ah, Pussy," he exclaimed. "So, it is you who ran silently down the stairs and set off the gong, eh?" And, opening the door, he let out the cat, saying, "Out you go, Jimmy, and don't do it again." Then he reascended the stairs to the locked room, perfectly satisfied with the solution of what a few moments before had caused him very considerable alarm. No intruder would be tolerated in that dingy house, the house of great mystery. He carried in his hand a small bottle of meat extract which he had taken from the sideboard in the parlor, and was fully satisfied that it was the cat who had set off the alarm. As Gerald and Marigold sat side by side in the train, they could not converse because of the noise, but at Earl's Court, where they changed the girl for Wimbledon Park and her lover bound in the opposite direction, Marigold halted on the platform and said, "I feel worried about Auntie, Gerald. There's something wrong in that house. Don't you think so?" "Frankly, I do," was the young man's reply. That he sets an alarm when he visits the mysterious person concealed in that locked room is in itself a most remarkable feature of the affair, which is one we must certainly probe to the bottom. But Mr. Boyne is such a nice man. Everyone speaks so well of him. In all Hammersmith, I don't think he has a single enemy, save those who are jealous of his local popularity. And there are always such. As I've said before, Marigold, the men who are deep schemers always take care to establish a high reputation locally. This Mr. Boyne has, no doubt, done so with some ulterior motive. And that motive we mean to find out, said the girl decisively. We will, he said in a hard voice. I feel confident that we are on the track of some very sensational affair. Who could be the person who is hiding? That remains to be seen. It is evidently someone who dare not show his face, not only in the light of day, but even at night. But why does Mr. Boyne wear that hideous robe with slits for the eyes? Asked Marigold, bewildered, as they walked to the stairs. At present, I can't imagine. But we shall know the truth very soon. Never fear, the young man replied. And then, lifting his hat politely, he shook her hand, and they parted after a very adventurous evening. As Gerald Durrant traveled back to his home, he reflected deeply upon the whole affair. Though he had not dared to mention the fact to Marigold, he was more deeply in love with her than ever. She was the most dainty and most beautiful girl he had ever met. She was chic to the fingertips, and among the many girl clerks he met daily, she was outstanding on account of her refinement, her modesty, and the sweet expression always upon her countenance. Yet the problem which she had put forward to him was certainly an inscrutable one. Boyne, the highly respectable, hard-working insurance agent, lived in that dingy and rather stuffy house, surrounded by meager comfort, which, in itself, betokened modest means. For every penny Bernard Boyne gained, he worked very hard. Insurance agency is not highly paid, for everything is nowadays cut to a minimum, while since the war the cost of living has soared. Nevertheless, as he sat in the train taking him westward, he examined the facts. Boyne employed as housekeeper a woman who was stone-deaf. Why? Was it because the person confined behind that stout door upstairs sometimes shouted and made noises which would have attracted the attention of any person who possessed the sense of hearing? That this was so he was convinced. Had it not been proved by Boyne carrying food to the mysterious person who was his captive, or who remained in voluntary concealment? If the latter, why did he disguise himself each time he paid him a visit? No, somebody was held there captive against his will, and the reason of the wearing of that cloak was in order that the captor should remain unknown and unidentified. Truly, there was an element of sensationalism in the whole affair. He was, however, determined to get to the bottom of it. Marigold had, in her perplexity, consulted him, and he had given his aid. Now, having witnessed what he had, he meant to carry the affair through and solve the mystery of Bernard Boyne and his locked room in Hammersmith. It occurred to him that perhaps by watching Boyne's movements he might learn something of interest. The unfortunate part of it was that in his position he was engaged all day and could never have any time to devote to the affair till 6 or 7 o'clock. Nevertheless, he had made a firm resolve to discover the reason of that locked room and the identity of the person concealed within. Supposing the person to be some relative who was insane or whose personal appearance was too horrible to be seen in public, and there are all sorts of human monstrosities living in concealment in London, then there could be no reason why Boyne should hide his face when visiting him. No, somebody was held there, a prisoner in solitary confinement. He recollected the heavy door and the light beneath. Did they not tell their own tale? London contains many mysteries of crime, he said to himself as he alighted at the station and strolled home. And here's one, I feel sure. Boyne is playing some clever game. Perhaps he seeks to inherit property belonging to the person whom he holds in captivity, and whose death may indeed have been registered. Such a case, and more than one, was on record. Cases of people presumed by the law to be dead, yet they were still alive, held in confinement by those who benefited by their money. Durrant, who had read deeply of the mysteries of crime, recollected the case of Mrs. Marvin, of Hounslow, of George Charles Pepper, of Richmond, or Dr. Heaton, of Curzon Street, the celebrated case of the sisters Treadgold, and others, all of whom were concerned in the holding and bondage of those whose fortunes they secured. His inclination led him to go direct to Scotland Yard and reveal what he had heard and seen, but Marigold had urged him to refrain from doing so until they had investigated further. She held Mr. Boyne in such high esteem, and her aunt held such a comfortable post, that she was most reluctant to put any suspicions before the police. It was in accordance with the girl's wishes that he did not go straight to the Criminal Investigation Department. Yet he knew too well that the police, who discover so many mares' nests daily, are slow to move until a tragedy occurs. And then it is often too late, for the perpetrators of the crime have vanished, either abroad or into one or other of the criminal bolt holes which are ever open to those who know. The public never realize that in the great underworld of London there are people who make a living, and a very good one, too, by successfully concealing for weeks, months, nay years, those for whom the emissaries of Scotland Yard are in search. The clever criminal knows of these burrows where he can live quite cozily and surrounded by comforts, defying all police inquiries until the hue and cry has died down, and then as a stoker fireman, or in some menial capacity, he gets abroad a free man, free to enjoy the proceeds of his crimes. At first, Gerald Durrant had suspected Bernard Boyne to be one of those obliging persons who offer safe asylum to criminals, but the wearing of that ghostly cloak by the owner of the house dispelled any such theory. No, as he entered the house, after that exciting evening, he was firmly convinced that Boyne held somebody, man or woman, in captivity, and he intended, at all hazards, to learn the truth. Chapter 8. On Loch Lomond. A bright, brilliant day on glorious Loch Lomond, which, with its wooded islands, is one of the most picturesque of all the Scottish lakes. The grey little steamer, which that morning had left Balloch Pier at the southern end of the loch, was slowly threading its way through the green islets in the afternoon sunshine. Crowded as it always is in fine weather with visitors from the south, all full of admiration, as at every turn there came into view fresh aspects of the woods and mountains around Ben Lomond. Standing high and majestic, Ben Vane, Ben Forlick, the twin peaks of Ben Cruachan, and the tent-shaped Ben More. The silent grandeur of the loch, where in the deep waters, smooth as glass, the heron fishes undisturbed, is always impressive. Even on that unusually clear autumn day, for mists and rains are more often than not drifting up and down that 25 miles or so of picturesque water, which is sometimes as wide as 5 miles. Those who had come up from Edinburgh or Glasgow to make the trip stood open-mouthed at the ever-changing scene as the steamer wended its way up the loch after leaving the remote little village of Luss. Among those on board, seated in a deck chair and enjoying the beautiful afternoon, was a well-dressed woman of middle age, with auburn hair and rather sad-faced, but very well preserved. Once or twice her maid, a short, stout little Scotchwoman, whose speech was that of a glass Sweegian, came to wait upon her, afterwards retiring to another part of the boat. The lady's eyes were fixed upon the gorgeous panorama. Beside her chair was a well-worn dressing bag in dark green cover, which showed that she was not a mere day traveler, but had come to Loch Lomond to stay at one of the unpretentious lakeside hotels, of which there are several at Tarbet and at Inversnaid. Though she was greatly enjoying the scenery, it was not in the least fresh to her. Indeed, Mrs. Morrison of Carsfairn was an annual visitor to Loch Lomond, staying a fortnight each year at the little hotel at Ardluy, a spot which her late husband had loved so well. Though an extremely wealthy man, the summer attractions of Harrogate, Dinnet, Aix, or Ostend had never appealed to him. Bluff and hardy, he loved Loch Lomond in the days of his prosperity, just as when, in his youth, he used to save his coppers to enable him to have a one-day trip from Glasgow each summer, red-letter days in his otherwise gray workaday life. It had, indeed, been in his mind to build a fine summer residence on the shore of the Loch Ardluy, and he had actually bought the site, one that gave a magnificent view of Ben Lomond and a wide-reaching expanse of the lake, when a sudden illness cut him off, and his wife was left to mourn his loss. Augusta Morrison was thinking of the last occasion when she and her devoted husband had come for the annual fortnight at Ardluy, and of how daily they walked to the site on the mountainside where their new home was to be. That was 4 years ago. Yet each year she never failed to pay her pilgrimage to the spot which they both so loved. A young couple, evidently Londoners, seated beside her, had been reading aloud from a guide book the legend of the rocky Craig Royston, where there is a cave known locally as Rob Roy's prison, and then, full of admiration, had turned to the splendid view afforded of the mountains around Araher. Just then the steamer slackened, and after some shouting from the captain, was moored to the pier at Inversnaid, the little lochside village with its wooded mountains beyond. There most of the passengers left the boat to cross by coach or motor that ridge which lies between Loch Lomond and Loch Katrine, Inversnaid being one of the points of departure from Loch Lomond to the Trossachs. Therefore, when the boat went on to the head of the loch at Ardluy, there remained but few passengers. At last the steamer drew up at the quaint little landing stage. The postal official brought out the last bag of mail for delivery, and Mrs. Morrison's maid collecting up all their belongings. They both waited until the paddles had ceased to revolve. Scarcely had the widow risen from her chair when a big, burly Scot presented himself, and, touching his cap, respectfully bade the lady welcome. "Ah, so you're here still, McIntyre," remarked the widow pleasantly. "Yes, Mistress Morrison, David McIntyre never leaves Ardluy," laughed the man who acted as porter, boots, and general factotum to the Tillotson Arms Hotel. Mistress and maid walked ashore and were very soon at the little hotel facing the loch, a very cozy, unpretentious place where one could get excellent food and go mountaineering and fishing to one's heart's content. On the threshold, Mrs. Morrison was greeted enthusiastically by the proprietor's wife, a stout, homely woman, and very soon the widow from Kirkcudbrightshire and her maid were installed in the rooms she annually occupied, both of which gave magnificent views of water and mountains. At Ardluys, the daily steamer waits for an hour and a half, and then returns to Bala, where the express for Glasgow is waiting. Therefore, when the siren sounded and the boat left on its return journey, the little place relapsed into its lethargy of rural solitude and remoteness from the stress of the southern world. The hotel, half covered with creeper, stood in its well-kept garden, which ran down to the lake. It was not quite full of visitors. The guests, however, were all of the better class, mostly Glasgow merchants and their wives, with a couple of families from London, and the usual youthful, well-dressed idler which one finds in every hotel the world over. At dinner, as Mrs. Morrison sat alone in a corner by the window overlooking the loch, now crimson in the sunset, she glanced around, but none of her fellow visitors appeared to be very interesting. The only person who attracted her was one woman who, seated alone, was apparently taking no interest in anyone, for she had propped up before her the Glasgow Herald, which had just arrived by the steamer, and was absorbed in it. Augusta Morrison raised her eyes again, and saw that the woman was exceedingly well, though very quietly, dressed, while there was about her a distinct air of refinement. She also noticed that she possessed very remarkable hair. Suddenly the eyes of the two women met, and the widow, a little confused for she had been staring hard, turned to look out of the window. An hour later, when the well-dressed woman had gone out for an after-dinner stroll in the direction of the landing stage, Mrs. Morrison inquired her name of the proprietor's wife. "Oh," replied the other, "she's a very nice lady from London. She has never been up here before. She's a Mrs. Pollen." Then, referring to the visitor's book, she added, "She lives in Upper Brook Street, London. She came here about 4 days ago. Is she making a long stay?" "She took her rooms for a fortnight," was the woman's reply. "She seems quite nice," she added. Mrs. Morrison of Carstairs agreed, and then, getting a wrap, went out into the garden where several of the other visitors were sitting on the veranda as the dull red afterglow deepened into twilight. With one of the women she got into conversation, and, taking the empty chair next to her, remained there chatting for nearly an hour. Then, just as darkness was falling, Mrs. Pollen, in a short skirt and carrying a little ash walking stick, re-entered the garden and sank into a seat in the corner to rest. Next morning after breakfast, the usual Scotch breakfast with cold grouse and scones, Mrs. Morrison again strolled out into the sunlit garden after Mrs. Pollen and broke the ice. At first, Mrs. Pollen preserved a somewhat dignified attitude. She spoke in her best Mayfair manner, and it was apparent that she considered herself socially superior to the widow, who, by her speech, was so palpably Scotch. "No," said Anna, "I have never been in Scotland before. I find it most delightful up here, but rather dull when one is alone, as I am." "I, too, am alone, except for my maid," replied the widow. "But I love this place. It is so quiet and out of the world. Besides, the scenery is as grand as any in Scotland. I'm Scottish, and I've traveled the whole country through with my husband. He was always enchanted with Ardluys. Indeed," she added, "we bought a site for a home out here at the back, where one has a lovely view, but unfortunately he died before he gave the order to build the place." "How very unfortunate," said Anna Pollen, with quick sympathy, and in pretense that she knew nothing whatever of her fellow guest's identity, or of her past, whereas she knew every fact of importance concerning her. "I live in London, and though I travel a good deal, mostly on the continent or in Egypt, I must say that I think Loch Lomond really beautiful. I took a long ramble by the lochside yesterday afternoon, and found it most enjoyable." "Ah," said Mrs. Morrison, "you must take the trip over to Stranaclicar and up Katrine. It is quite pretty, but not so grand as this. Besides, there are always too many trippers in the Trossachs. But while you are here, you must really go across and see Ellen's Isle." And so the pair, seated in the garden with the sunlit waters at their feet, gossiped on and quickly became good friends. That same evening, indeed, Mrs. Morrison invited the lady from London up to her sitting room to take coffee after dinner, and there they sat, gossiping and smoking cigarettes until it was time to retire. When Aina Paulin gained her room, she locked the door and, flinging herself into a small easy chair, exclaimed beneath her breath, "Thank heaven, that's over." The first few hours when one cultivates a friendship are always full of pitfalls. A word in the wrong place, and the person one seeks to know may instantly conceive a strong dislike. In this case, however, the woman has approached me. It was a good job I got up here first. Aina Paulin was much fatigued by the recent rapid journeys to and fro to Scotland, over to Paris and back, and then north again to Loch Lomond. She was, however, a cosmopolitan and had traveled very extensively ever since she had been left a widow 10 years earlier. Her husband had been a solicitor, whose practice was in Bedford Row, but after his death, she had embarked upon an adventurous career which had culminated in her association with Bernard Boyne and his wife. That association had brought her considerable wealth, sufficient, indeed, to allow her, through payments from Boyne and his wife, to live in an expensive flat and indulge in jewelry, furs, smart frocks, and all that appealed to her natural vanity. That evening, however, she felt worn out. The strain of ingratiating herself with Mrs. Morrison of Carrsfairn, whom she found to be an exceedingly shrewd woman, had been considerable, and this, combined with the fact that she had taken a long walk that afternoon, had utterly faggied her. From a tiny silver tube with a cap upon it, which she took from her dressing case, she extracted a single little white tabloid and swallowed it. I wonder if we shall really be successful," she murmured to herself. "There must be no slip this time, no recurrence of that unfortunate contretemps in the Martin affair. Phew, that was a narrow shave. I was a melon only just in time. A few days later, and all chance of dispelling suspicion would have gone." She reflected how on more than one occasion they had sailed very near the wind, far too near to be pleasant, and how they had narrowly escaped a closer inquiry. Lilla, however, was always fearless, even when her husband expressed doubts. It was she, indeed, who was the moving spirit of the whole affair, for she went about in her circle of society with her eyes and ears ever open until she saw an opportunity to put into motion that deadly machinery which, worked with such subtle cunning, never failed to increase their bank balance. She stood at her window as the full moon rose over the loch, transforming the scene into a veritable fairyland, and here she remained in deep reflection. She was contemplating the course she should pursue when she met Mrs. Morrison on the morrow. Already they had become friends, the widow from Kirkcudbrightshire being, of course, in entire ignorance that the pleasant woman from London had come to Ardlowy for the sole purpose of making her acquaintance. Aina Paulin was possessed of a cunning that few women possess unless they are adventuresses. She saw that she must allow this Mrs. Morrison to seek her society. Already she realized that the Scotch widow had been greatly attracted by her conversation. Hence she decided that on the morrow she must not be too eager to meet and chat with her. She was in no mood for sleep. Therefore she pulled down the blind, and seating herself at a little table in the room, penned a letter which she addressed to B. Brayborn, Esquire, 93, Pont Street, London, and in the course of which she wrote, "Things are going even better than I expected. Mrs. M., who made the first advance, is extremely affable to me. I hope that within a week or 10 days I can be back in London. Mrs. M., on leaving here, is going to Brighton to visit a niece, so I may see something of her. Do not write here, as I may be leaving any day. I have had a letter from Emery. It was sent to Upper Brook Street, and fortunately enclosed to me in an envelope. It would have been unfortunate if it had come here addressed to Mrs. M. Would it not? But do not be alarmed. I have given instructions that no letters are to be forwarded in future." Next day after breakfast, she went out to the post box, and there dropped in the letter, so that it would leave by the afternoon steamer for the south. And after she took a long walk alone along the loch side, under Ben Vorlich, as far as the little village of Inveruglas, and thence up the Inveruglas water, a pretty stream which comes rushing down through the woods from Loch Sloy. And there in the cool shade she at last sat down upon a moss-grown boulder and took out a book and read. She was playing a waiting game, and one that succeeded, for as she rose from her table after lunch, Mrs. Morrison came up to her, saying, "Why, Wherever have you been, Mrs. Pollen? I've been seeking everywhere for you. Have you? She asked quite innocently. I've been for a walk to the Inverugla's water. Oh, isn't it delightful there in the woods? Said the widow. I've been there often. We used to go and picnic there sometimes, right on up Loch Sloy. It is very grand and lonely up there, and the view in all directions is superb. I've only been in the woods at the bottom of the mountain, the Red Widow replied. Well, I was going to ask you whether, if you haven't anything better to do, you would drive with me up Glen Falloch to Crianlarich, said Mrs. Morrison. I shall be most delighted, replied Aina. I'm sure it is awfully good of you. Well, as we are both alone, it will be a pleasure for me to have your company, Mrs. Morrison assured her. Therefore, at 3 o'clock, they left in a carriage which took them away into the picturesque glen for 6 miles or so, past the little village of Inverarden, until they reached that pleasant little spot Crianlarich, sheltering beneath the high Ben moor at the head of the narrow Glen Dochart, with Loch Fay beyond. They wandered about the heather gossiping on all sorts of subjects, the Red Widow telling her a number of purely fictitious stories about herself and her travels, while Mrs. Morrison told her much about the happiness of her own married life. I have never cared to enter society because, while my husband lived, it never attracted me, she said, as they sat together upon a rock among the heather, whence they had a magnificent view up Glen Dochart. My husband hated it. He was a self-made man. A baronetcy was offered him, but he refused it. He did not agree with the system whereby donations to party funds makes an honest man a pinchbeck gentleman. Aina laughed. True, she declared. I admire Mr. Morrison for his outspokenness. Well, that is why I never entered society, Mrs. Morrison said with a sigh. But why don't you see a little more of life? Aina suggested. You appear, from what you say, to be buried alive at Carsfairn. I see but very few people, but I take a great interest in the estate, and I have a few shooting parties, mostly friends of my late husband. Why not come to London for a month or so? Go to the theaters and restaurants, and have an enjoyable time? I do, and I find that I'm amused and meet many interesting people. You're going to Brighton. Why not remain in London for a bit after your visit there? The Red Widow suggested. I know a good many people, and I think you would have a nice time. Besides, you would do shopping also. Paris and London are the only places where one can buy anything decent to wear nowadays. You are really very good, Mrs. Pollen, to offer to entertain me in London, she declared. Of course, I have other engagements, but those can be broken. If you're going to Brighton, make a stay in London on your return. I live in Upper Brook Street. Do you know it? Oh, yes. I once long ago had a friend who lived there. I know it quite well. I have only a small flat. Otherwise, I would offer you hospitality. Oh, no, said the widow. I can easily stay at the Carlton, the Ritz, or somewhere. Then think it over, said the pleasant woman from London. Yes, I will, replied the other. We have many things in common, I believe, and I am sure that we shall be good friends. I'm delighted to hear that your thoughts coincide with my own. I make very few new acquaintances. I have so many old friends, and I make none. Not that I'm at all exclusive, I hope. But the majority of women I meet, I find too shallow and frivolous, and they don't attract me. Then I consider myself highly honored, laughed Aina, as the pair rose to walk back to the Crianlarich Hotel to tea. And while Mrs. Morrison of Carsfairn, ignorant of what was in progress, believed that she really had found a delightful friend, a woman after her own heart, the Red Widow smiled within herself, highly gratified at her success. Chapter 9. A gentleman named Greg. The days passed pleasantly enough at Ardluy. Mrs. Morrison and her newly found friend usually went walking or driving together over the heather-clad mountains or along the loch side, so remotely picturesque and silent. One day she received an offer, through a firm of estate agents in Edinburgh, from a well-known cotton spinner in Oldham to rent Carsfairn furnished for a year. It was a most tempting offer, and Mrs. Morrison showed the letter to her friend. If I were you, I would accept it, Mrs. Pollen urged. It would do you good to travel, to see London life a little, and go over to Paris and to Nice in winter. I could not vegetate always on a Scottish estate, much as I love the country. I confess I feel half inclined to accept. Lately I have felt very lonely and dull at Carsfairn, And now with winter in front of us, I agree, be far more happy with a little amusement. Of course, said Aina, as they were walking together near the hotel. You're going to Edinburgh next week, so I would write to the agents and say that you will call upon them. Very well, I will, said Mrs. Morrison. You're coming to Edinburgh, too, aren't you? Just for a couple of days before I return to London. Then we will travel together and stay at the Caledonian, said Augusta Morrison. And so was agreed. That Aina had successfully ingratiated herself with Mrs. Morrison was proved by a letter she wrote that day to her niece at Brighton, in which she said, I have met an exceedingly nice woman here, a Mrs. Pollen, who lives in Upper Brook Street, London. I will ask her down to Brighton while I am with you. She has persuaded me to spend a little time in London after I leave you, and I think the change will do me good. I am contemplating letting Carstairs furnished for a year, and spending the winter first on the Riviera and later in Egypt. I make few friends, as you know, but I am sure you will like Mrs. Pollen. She is very often at the Metropole at Brighton. Next week we go to Edinburgh together, and after I have done my business there, I shall come straight to you. Aina, with her innate cunning, had been quick to realize the open friendship which her companion had extended towards her. This somewhat surprised her, for a woman is the enemy of every other woman. Few women ever see beauty or good qualities in another. Only a few days before Aina went north, she was discussing the point with Lilla Brayborn over tea in the latter's drawing room. Women see in every other female thing a potential rival. My dear Lilla, she had said, that is what makes my task so hard. Every woman defends herself against every other woman, fully confident that the hand of the female world is raised against her. I think I agree, was Lilla's reply. I've hardly ever known a woman to admire the good looks of another of her sex. Curious, isn't it? But it's quite true what you say. Pussies lap tea and scandal everywhere, and even a female saint too often uses her crown of thorns to scratch. Yes, laughed the handsome adventuress. I heard it said the other day that to the woman of 30 the girl of 18 is a crime, and that today's fashion is to look 16 if you're 60, and to collar your daughter's lovers if they are not wide awake enough to prevent you. That's what makes it so hard for me. Few women can attract women, Aina. You're one of them. You deserve the OB for it. But it is a most difficult and often dangerous undertaking, she declared. And after all, the OB has been given for less. By the least lapse of the tongue or a too eager appearance to scrape up an acquaintanceship would, Aina knew, alienate Mrs. Morrison forever. The widow's reverence for her departed husband was the saving clause. She had professed deep sympathy, and in the delightful fiction she had told about her own life and dear Peter, her late husband, she had attracted Augusta as one of the few women who were womanly. Who was it said that modern love starts in heaven and ends in the Sunday newspaper? Aina's philosophy was always amusing. She scoffed at love, at life, at beauty, at everything. Indeed, on that very day, as she walked with Mrs. Morrison, she had caused her laugh heartily by referring to some woman friend of hers who lived at Surbiton as one of those women who shine with virtue and the cheapest sort of complexion soap. Aina Pollen had a caustic tongue as far as her own sex was concerned, yet she could assume such a suave, sweet manner towards women as entirely to disarm them. It was so in Mrs. Morrison's case. As the warm, delightful days went on, they were inseparable, exchanging intimate details of their own careers and fast becoming firm friends. The arrival of the steamer from Ballah each afternoon was the chief excitement, and by it visitors to the hotel came and left. One afternoon the steamer brought a short, round-faced little man, very well dressed, whose speech showed that he came from Glasgow. He had a suitcase with him and took the one room which happened to be disengaged, giving the name of John Gregg. He was an alert-looking businessman, probably a Glasgow merchant out for a few days' relaxation from the eternal bustle of Saatchi Hall Street. He sat alone at dinner, and once or twice glanced in the direction of the two ladies who sat together in the window, for Mrs. Morrison had now joined Mrs. Pollen. Both were better dressed than the other visitors, especially Aina, who wore a semi-evening frock and a jade-colored velvet band in her red hair. After dinner, the visitor strolled alone in the garden until he found a man to chat with, the pair sitting smoking in the moonlight until it became time to retire. When John Gregg reached his room, he flung himself into a chair and beneath his breath remarked, "By Jove, she's a handsome woman too, but she's not Joan Eastlake. That's my belief. Nevertheless, now I'm here, I may as well make quite certain." And he took out a final cigarette from his case and smoked it reflectively before he turned in. Next day, he was about early at the lock's side, and though he contrived to arouse no suspicion in the minds of either those connected with the hotel or any of his fellow visitors, he kept casual observation upon the pair. Now and then he would accidentally be so close in their vicinity as to be able to overhear scraps of their conversation. Yet so cleverly did he do this, and so utterly uninterested did he appear to be, that even Aina, who was ever suspicious of eavesdroppers and persons watching, failed to realize the intense interest which she had evoked in the little round-faced man. The following day, Aina accompanied her friend on a trip across to Loch Katrine, but the stranger idled about the hotel and wrote letters. After lunch, however, at the hour when the small establishment was quietest, the curiosity of anyone watching him would certainly have been aroused. His actions were truly a little peculiar. At about 3 o'clock that afternoon, having ascertained that none of his servants were about, he slipped silently to Mrs. Pollen's bedroom, the door of which was unlocked, and, entering quickly, closed the door after him. Then, walking straight to a big dressing case which lay upon a chair near the window, he took out a bunch of keys and tried one after the other in an effort to open it. He failed. None of the keys would fit. "If I force it, she'll suspect," he murmured. "No, I must give it up for the present. Curse it." Then he made a tour of the room, opened the wardrobe, and examined the contents of several drawers, but though some expensive jewelry was there, he cast it aside in contempt. Mr. Gregg did not want jewels. It was evident that he was in search of something else far more interesting. But that lock upon the dressing case was an unusually good one, and had defied all his many keys. There was but one course to pursue, and that was to retreat to his own room, which he did in great disappointment and chagrin. That evening he watched the two women on their return. His movements were those of a practiced watcher. He was unobtrusive, disinterested in everything save the picturesque surroundings, and behaved as though he had no interest whatever in any person in the hotel. That evening, while in the garden after dinner, he found himself sitting on a seat beside Mrs. Morrison and ventured to address a remark to her regarding the glorious sunset. What more natural than in a few moments Aina and her friend were chatting affably with the newcomer. "This is my first visit to Scotland," Aina declared, though it was a falsehood, "and I'm delighted with it. My views, those of a Londoner, have entirely altered concerning Scotland and the Scottish people. I don't agree now with the ridicule cast upon them." "I'm very glad of that," declared Mr. Gregg. "In the South you don't really understand us, I think. And perhaps we here don't quite understand you. National prejudices are very hard to break down. They are. But you see, the majority of the English never come north. They view the Scottish people by the ridicule cast upon them by performers on our music halls. It is unfortunate, but it is a fact. Never mind," laughed the pleasant-faced man from Glasgow. "Our national pride is never hurt by those amblers on the stage who wax fat upon the profits of their mimicry. We only laugh at it up here, I assure you," he declared to Mrs. Pollen. The conversation drifted naturally to the fact that Mrs. Morrison told him her name, which was Scottish, and the identity of her late husband, so well known in Glasgow. "Oh, I knew your husband quite well, Mrs. Morrison," declared John Gregg, for no shrewder or more well-informed person was there between the Lowlands and Cromarty. "I knew him 20 years ago. Do you recollect Mr. Buchanan, who had an office in St. Vincent Street, Glasgow, and with whom he went in a partnership? Mr. Buchanan died about 4 years ago. I went to visit him once at that beautiful house of his on Loch Rannoch." "Then you knew Mr. Buchanan?" cried Mrs. Morrison. "He was a dear fellow. My husband was devoted to him. Together they built up the works. I know. Everyone in commercial circles in Glasgow knows how closely they work together. And, Mrs. Morrison, I may tell you that not a worker on the Clyde has any but good words for your husband and his partner. The conditions of work in your husband's place at Govan were always ideal. We hear much of labor trouble in these postbellum days, but if all works were like your husband's, there would be little to grumble at. It is awfully good of you to pay such a tribute to my husband's regard for his employees, said Mrs. Morrison, much gratified. He and I often discussed their welfare, and I always agreed with him that labor should be duly paid and there should be no sweating. We have socialist propaganda on the Clyde today, but is it at all astonishing in view of the high prices of government muddle and waste, and the advancement into society by the king's favor in the shape of honors of barefaced swindlers and those who escape under the more euphonious name of profiteers? I'm glad that you have realized the deadly peril of Britain, Mrs. Morrison, Greg said. As a businessman in Glasgow, I am an exporter to the East. I know much of what is transpiring among the socialists, and I know the deadly peril of Britain today. The fact that Greg had known not only her husband, but his partner, Buchanan, appealed to Mrs. Morrison, with the result that he had frequent chats with her, and incidentally with her friend, Anna Pollen, whose belongings he had so carefully scrutinized in her absence. The man from Glasgow, with his round, merry, well-shaven face, a countenance of prosperity, was a typical man of business, and he appealed to old Morrison's widow as a very nice man. With her estimate Anna, any suspicion utterly disarmed, entirely agreed. Pleasant, humorous, and careless in his relaxation from money-making in grim and grimy Glasgow, John Gregg was an excellent fellow on holiday. His estimate of women, for he was a bachelor, coincided entirely with that of Anna Pollen. To be frank, he had, in the course of conversation, gauged her views regarding her own sex, and he at once sought to cultivate her acquaintance upon her line of thought. Of course, she said next morning, as he found himself gossiping with her after breakfast, woman ought not to work at all. No man really likes a woman who works for him. Work isn't woman's natural element, though trouble is. Work is an odious word to women. Really, Mrs. Pollen, your philosophy is quite upon that of my own thinking, laughed Greg. Once a man I know declared to me that a girl's business life would be a dull existence if it were not for its sly opening for an illicit romance. One woman writer has said, and with much truth, that petticoats, like time, were made for slaves, and that there is more virtue in a single pair of trousers than there is in a multitude of skirts, laughed Anna. True. Was it not the same lady author who told us that the wrong part of wrongdoing is being found out? Yes. And the same feminine philosopher went farther, Anna said. She declared that the woman who thinks it wicked to buy silk petticoats and luxurious undies, because no one sees them, is a fool, but the hedonist who frankly revels in the feel and frou-frou of silk and crepe de chine and mysterious lace things is as wise as Eve, who wore leaves rather than nothing, and made a tantalizing mystery of herself out of the poor resources at her command. The man from Glasgow laughed immoderately. Really, he remarked, you have no great admiration of your own sex, Mrs. Pollen. No, I have not, declared the Red Widow frankly, as they both halted and leaned over a gate which gave entrance to a great green meadow beyond, which was the edge of the loch, the water of which lay like a mirror in the morning sunlight. Up there, far removed from the life and bustle of the outer world, with all its political bickerings and its labor troubles, life was very enjoyable, and the two women who had become so friendly had quickly discovered in John Gregg a man whose ideas corresponded exactly with their own, a man who had formed distinct views upon life, and who was not afraid to admit them. At last came the afternoon of their departure for Edinburgh. They bade Mr. Gregg farewell on the pier, just before the steamer started for Bala. Then, going on board, they waved him a farewell as the paddles began to revolve, sending out long ripples over the glassy surface of the loch. He raised his hat with a merry laugh, but as he did so, he remarked beneath his breath, "After all, I'm not sure even now." Chapter 10. More Mysterious Circumstances. Let's pull up here. It's so delightfully shady. Marigold Ramsay, who spoke, lay back among the crimson cushions of the punt, with her eyes fixed upon the sky. She loved the river. That Sunday afternoon was perfect, and she was enjoying the day on the river after a week's hard work in the bank. Gerald, who was an expert with the punt pole, was taking her up that pretty reach of the Thames which winds between Shepperton and Walton, with the long rows of poplars fringing the riverbank. They had lunched at the little riverside inn at Halliford and were now making their way slowly upstream. Gerald, in flannels, with coat off and sleeves upturned, placing his pole and withdrawing it without any apparent effort. Since that adventurous night at Bridge Place, they had become even closer friends. No day passed, but they met. The previous 2 Sundays Dern had spent with her, the first at Dorking, where they had wandered over Leith Hill and along the Surrey lanes, and the next Sunday at Brighton. This, the 3rd Sunday, they had decided to spend together on the Thames. As they were passing beneath a long row of trees which overhung the water, the girl, who was in white, raised herself from her couch of cushions and suggested that they should tie up the punt there. "Certainly," he replied, and a few moments later he had secured the punt to a tree root, and, sitting down to rest, he lit his pipe. "Do you know, Gerald, I've been thinking again about Mr. Boyne," she said. "I can't get the man out of my mind." "Well, to tell the truth, Marigold, neither can I," replied the young man. "Ever since that night at Hammersmith, I've been trying in vain to solve the mystery." "About the person concealed upstairs," remarked the blue-eyed girl reflectively. "Yes, it's most curious." "It's more than curious," her companion declared. "Though I haven't mentioned it to you, I've watched the house for several nights, but I must admit that I've seen nothing at all suspicious." "Oh, then you've been on the watch," she cried excitedly. "Yes, on 4 occasions, and all to no purpose. Last Friday, I waited from 9 o'clock till 1 in the morning and got wet through. He returned about 10, but did not come out again. He was upstairs with his secret friend, I suppose," said the girl. "No doubt. Whoever may be confined there could not exist without seeing a human face and conversing with him, even for 5 minutes each day, or he would certainly go mad," said Gerald. "You remember I said that Italians, who have abolished capital punishment for murder, have substituted solitary confinement. It is far more terrible. They confine the assassin in a cell in silence, without sight of a human face. Their food is placed upon a turntable which revolves into the cell, so that the prisoner never sees a face. Such torture was invented long ago in the Bastille, and in every case it drives the guilty one raving mad within 5 years." "How horrible!" cried the girl. "I admit it is, but surely the punishment is far greater than that of hanging or even the guillotine. Both are instantaneous. Yet in Italy the criminal suffers all the tortures of Dante's Inferno, and deservedly so." "Then you saw nothing?" asked Marigold. "I fancied a lot, but I saw really nothing to increase my suspicions. One thing we know, that he is concealing some person in that locked room. Now who can the person be? It may be some relative who has done something very wrong and is afraid of the police," suggested the girl. "Agreed. It may be. But we have discussed the matter so many times that I think we should not talk further, but act," he said. "We have proved beyond doubt that Bernard Boyne is a man of mystery. Your deaf aunt, a most worthy woman, acts as his housekeeper. Why does he retain her? Merely because she is stone deaf. Why does he want a deaf woman to wait upon him? Because there are sometimes noises in the house which would arouse the curiosity of any who chance to overhear them. We must discover the identity of the person concealed," remarked the girl with the big blue eyes, as she lay back lazily among the cushions. "We must. At all costs, I intend to solve this mystery." "Marigold," he said, removing his pipe from his lips and looking straight into her eyes, "my own belief is that you have discovered some very strange and startling drama of our complex London life, one which, when investigated, will prove to be astounding." "Do you really think so?" asked the girl, looking into his handsome face. "Yes, I do. Up to the present, all our efforts have been in vain," he said. "Only one fact has been established, and that is that there is a prisoner, whether voluntary or not we cannot tell, in that creeper-covered house. We both saw Boyne creep up with food to him, while I saw his light beneath the door. Somebody is living up there in secret. Is it a man, or is it a woman? His eagerness makes me think that it is a woman. Who is it? Somebody he is shielding, somebody who has committed some serious crime, who fears to show his or her face lest it be recognized by agents of Scotland Yard." "Really, Marigold, you are very acute," he exclaimed. We have had so many murder mysteries since the war, and in all of them the police confess their utter confusion, that the present situation fills me with great apprehension. I know, she said, but why not let us begin again? Let's watch the house. I'll watch one night, and you watch the next. Surely we can by that means discover the truth. If the place is watched every night, this man Boyne must, in the end, be defeated. But I thought you liked Boyne? Yes, he has been always very good to me. Remember that he is the owner of the place, and my aunt is his housekeeper, replied the girl. I quite appreciate your point, said Durrant. But if we are to fully delve into the affair, we must not be influenced by the fellow's open heart. The greatest criminals of the world have always been those who have been popular on account of their bonhomie and generosity. The girl sat silent, her eyes fixed upon the rushes slowly waving in the stream. A motor launch passed them, making a high wash against the bank, but she took no heed. She was still thinking of that strange occupant of the house in Bridge Place. 3 times during the past week she had, indeed, visited her aunt in an endeavor to discover something more. Boyne had been out, as usual, therefore she had been able to examine the place thoroughly. She had ascended to that locked room on each occasion and had listened there. Once in the silence, she had heard a distinct movement, a slight rustling within. Yet afterwards, as she had reflected, she wondered whether it had not been due to her imagination, or perhaps to a blind flapping at an open window. When one is suspicious, it is so easy to imagine queer circumstances. I only wish we could solve the mystery, she remarked wistfully. It worries me. Annie seems quite unconcerned, because she has no suspicion, worthy old soul. She has no knowledge of Mr. Boyne's nocturnal visits with food to his friend. Why shouldn't we tell her, and then she'll be on the alert, suggested the girl. She might discover something. She might, but more probably she would be too eager, and thus put Boyne upon his guard, remarked the young fellow. No, we must work together in strict secrecy if we intend to be successful. But who can he possibly be hiding? The young man in flannels shrugged his shoulders and replied, I confess that the problem is getting on my nerves. The more I think it over, the more inscrutable it becomes. Mischief is being worked somewhere. Of that I feel confident. All the actions of our friend Boyne point to it. But that shroud? Why does he wear it? Asked Marigold blankly. As a disguise, without a doubt. Perhaps the person upstairs has been confined there so long that his mind has already become deranged, as is inevitable after a long period of solitary incarceration, and Boyne now takes the precaution of adopting the simple disguise so that his friend should fail to identify him. He may have done his captive some great injury, or something. True, but if he has, it was not in order to gain. Bernard Boyne is a comparatively poor man. My aunt says that he seems to have only just sufficient money to make both ends meet. Gerald Durrant drew a long breath. Upon his countenance was an expression of doubt. He may pass as a poor man, and yet be rich, he remarked. It may sound romantic, but there are many people living in the by-streets of London, successfully concealed beneath assumed names and unsuspected by their neighbors, who for years have lived a life of penury though they are really well off. And their motive is, for some reason or other, to cut themselves adrift from friends in their own sphere. Indeed, it is a well-known fact that in the last days of King Edward, an ex-cabinet minister lived for several years in seclusion in a meager side street near Kennington Park as Mr. Benwell, his real identity never being suspected until, owing to his sudden death, an inquest was held, and the police, searching his papers, discovered that he was immensely wealthy and one of Britain's foremost statesmen, who was believed to be living in seclusion in Italy. Perhaps Mr. Boyne is some person who has sought retirement in a similar manner, Marigold suggested. No, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Boyne is playing a very deep and rather dangerous game. How dangerous I cannot yet discover. But you could discover nothing when you watched. Just as I failed to find out any fact, she said. I had no idea you were on the watch. I saw you on Tuesday night, he laughed. You arrived at the house about 8:30 and had a great trouble getting in. Were you there? She cried eagerly. I never dreamed that you were in the vicinity. Yes, you were right. I rang and banged on the door 6 times before I could attract Annie's attention. She generally leaves the door unlocked in case anyone should call. Boyne returned about 20 minutes after you had left, but though I watched till midnight, he did not come out again. Couldn't you take a day off one day and follow him when he goes out in the morning? The girl suggested. I would do it, but I fear that he'd recognize me. I might, but I think I may be more successful at night. It is very difficult to keep observation upon a person in broad daylight. In the darkness, it is much easier. Why not try again tonight? Suggested Marigold. I'll go with you. He shook his head. Sunday night is a bad night. We know his habits on weekdays, but he may have gone out all day today, he replied. No, tomorrow would be more likely. Then let's both go there tomorrow night, and if he comes out of the house, we'll watch where he goes. With this suggestion, Gerald agreed, and after she had smoked the cigarette he handed to her from his case, they resumed their punting upstream in the afternoon sunshine. Next night, they met by appointment at Hammersmith Broadway station at 8:30, and after a consultation, it was arranged that Marigold should call on her aunt on some pretext, and having ascertained if Boyne had returned, she would rejoin Gerald at a spot in King Street. Hence he lounged about the busy thoroughfare for a quarter of an hour until she returned with the news that Boyne had been home since 6 o'clock, he having returned unusually early. That's a good sign, said Gerald. He'll certainly go out again tonight. As they strolled together, they arranged that Marigold should loiter near the King Street end of the street, while Gerald should stand in an entry near the house, which he had used in his previous observations. If you see me pass into King Street, don't follow me too closely, he urged, and at all hazards, don't let him see you. Remember that people who are engaged in crooked business keep their eyes skinned and are always full of suspicion. I'll take good care he doesn't see me, the girl answered him. Trust me to be discreet. Then they parted, and for about an hour Marigold waited in vain for a sight of her lover. It had now grown quite dark, and the street lamps in Bridge Place were none too brilliant. She was still loitering in the darkness, full of expectation at every footstep on the pavement. At last she again heard footsteps, and a few moments later recognized Boyne's well-built figure passing within the zone of lamplight across the way. He was walking hurriedly in the direction of King Street, all unconscious that he was being followed. But a few moments later, with noiseless tread, for he wore rubber heels to his shoes, Durrant came along, his eyes searching eagerly for the girl he loved. Suddenly, he saw her in the shadow and realized that she was discreetly following him. The pair exchanged a few words in the crowded King Street, and while Gerald hurried on after Boyne towards the station, the girl followed a little distance behind. They saw him buying a ticket at the station and also purchase a late edition of the evening paper. Then he descended to the platform of the tube and took a train going towards Piccadilly. Gerald and Marigold, who had separated, traveled on the same train until, on arrival at Knightsbridge, the man they were watching alighted. Marigold, who had been on the alert at each station, saw him emerge from the next car, while close behind him was Gerald, with whom, of course, he was unacquainted. Together they followed him along Sloane Street to Pont Street, where he ascended the steps of a smart-looking red brick house and opened the door with a latchkey. Now that's curious, remarked Gerald when he rejoined the girl. Did you notice that he entered that house yonder as though it were his own home? I wonder who lives there. We must find out, declared Marigold, highly excited at having tracked Mr. Boyne so far. Yes, but I shall be compelled to watch the house and see what happens now, he said. I mean to follow him tonight, wherever he goes. It almost seems as if he lives here, as well as in Hammersmith. Well, he certainly has a latchkey, and this is not a street where they take in lodgers. No, he said. Some of these houses are the legations of the smaller states of Europe. Over there is the Serbian legation. Well, we'll wait in patience, she said. Fortunately, it's a fine night. The last time I watched, last week, it came on terribly wet about 11 o'clock, he said, and I had my mackintosh. When I started out, it seemed a perfect night. But just now the weather is so changeable. On the darker side of the street by the railings, the young people idled together, with a watchful eye upon the long flight of steps which Boyne had ascended. Though the blinds were drawn, it was evident that the comfortable West End house was well lighted, and it was, no doubt, the residence of someone of considerable means. Indeed, it requires a good income to run a house even in Pont Street in these postbellum days. The traffic had died down. Few taxis were passing, for as yet the homecoming pleasure seekers were not on their way from the theaters. For half an hour the pair waited in the shadow, full of eager curiosity. The movements of the mystery man of Hammersmith were, to say the least, suspicious. Suddenly, from the basement a young footman appeared, and hurrying along to the end of the road, hailed a taxi and brought it to the door. Then, as they watched, they saw, a few seconds later, the front door open, and a man in evening dress descended the steps and entered the taxi. The light from the open door shone upon his face as he halted to speak to the servant, and then, to their amazement, they recognized the man to be Bernard Boyne. His chameleon-like change staggered them both for a second, but Gerald, ever quick to act, whispered, "Go home, Marigold. This is very funny. I'll try to follow." And a moment later he had sped away, noiselessly, into the darkness. The fact was that his quick eyes had espied a taxi, which at that moment had driven up on a stand a little farther down, and without delay he told the man that he wanted him to follow the taxi in front, and that he would give him treble fare for doing so. "Right why are, sir," replied the young Cockney driver, who instantly entered into the spirit of the chase, and already his cab was on the move as Boyne left. Gerald saw Marigold standing watching the departure, and knowing that she would make the best of her way to Wimbledon, kept his eyes upon the taxi, which was soon out into Knightsbridge, going in the direction of Hyde Park Corner. Why Boyne, the humble collector of insurance premiums, should possess a latchkey to a house in Pont Street, and emerge from there dressed in evening clothes as a gentleman of means, sorely puzzled Gerald Durrant. He felt instinctively that he was on the track of some very remarkable sequence of events. This man who disguised himself every night before he took food and drink up to his imprisoned friend evidently lived a double life. In Pont Street he was a rich man, while in Hammersmith he was poor. One point of satisfaction was that he was following the unsuspecting man, and would at least know his destination, even if that night he failed to discover the object of his visit. That he was in a hurry was apparent. He seemed to have spoken excitedly to the young footman, who appeared to be a foreigner, before stepping into the taxi. Up Park Lane they went, until suddenly the taxi conveying the man of mystery pulled up before a house in Upper Brook Street, while the vehicle in which Gerald had followed passed on for some distance before it stopped. "He's gone in that ooze, sir," said the taxi man in a low voice. "Yes, so I see. He may not be long. I'll wait." And he stepped out and strolled a little way in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Boyne had paid his man, who had turned his cab and left. The house into which Boyne had disappeared was a block of flats, for as he passed he had caught a glimpse of the uniformed porter who had saluted him and followed him to the lift. The mystery was thereby greatly increased, though many more startling circumstances were yet to be encountered. Gerald Durrant idled there in the vicinity of the taxi, little dreaming into what a labyrinth of doubt and mystery he had now been drawn. Chapter 11. Spreading the Net. Gerald Durrant remained outside the house in Upper Brook Street for more than half an hour. Much puzzled, he stood in a doorway opposite the block of flats into which Boyne had gone. Marigold was on her way back to Wimbledon Park, and that night he intended to probe the mystery farther. He waited and still waited. A neighboring clock struck the hours. The hall porter at 1 o'clock closed the door and switched off the lights. Yet Gerald still waited for the insurance agent of Hammersmith to emerge. That he was known to the hall porter was apparent, for the man had saluted him. It was strange, to say the least, that the man who was compelled to scrape for a living in Hammersmith should be guest in a fashionable flat in Upper Brook Street. Bernard Boyne was certainly a man of mystery, for not only did he possess the latchkey of the smart house in Pont Street, but he was also known at that block of expensive flats. The young fellow lit a fresh cigarette and, leaning against the deep portico of the house opposite, possessed himself in patience. Time went on. A police constable passed and repassed, but did not notice him in the shadow, for he hid his cigarette. All the windows of the great building he was watching were in darkness. It was evident now that Boyne would not come out again before morning. Yet Durrant, with great pertinacity, waited there through the whole night until at 6:30, The hall porter threw open the outer door, and milkmen, the postman, and newspaper boys began to arrive in quick succession. Without bite or sup, Gerald waited there till 10:30, when, full of chagrin at being thus foiled, he was compelled to hurry to his office, getting a wash and a shave on the way. At lunch he met Marigold as usual, and told her of his failure, whereupon she said, "I have the afternoon off. I'll go at once and see my aunt, and ascertain when he got back." This she did, and when that evening Durrant arrived home at Ealing, he found a wire awaiting him which told him that when Boyne's housekeeper took him up his early tea as usual, her master had been in bed. Durrant held his breath. The mystery man had some means of exit from Upper Brook Street, a back way, without a doubt. But what was the motive of it all? Why should he pose as penurious in Hammersmith, and wear evening clothes in Mayfair? That night Durrant went again to Upper Brook Street, and, exploring the rear of the building, found that there was a servant's entrance to the flats which led into a mews and through a back street. By that Bernard Boyne had, no doubt, walked out while Durrant had been keeping his night vigil. This fact further impressed both Marigold and her lover that Boyne was not what he represented himself to be. Durrant set out to probe the mystery, and by dint of ingenious application to the affair, he became on friendly terms with the hall porter. Truth to tell, Durrant had represented himself to be a demobilized officer who had been in love with a lady who had rented one of the flats. He had discovered her name from the house agent, and knew that she had married during the war. From the hall porter, he learned that the man who had passed in was an occasional visitor, but to whom he did not know. He would try and ascertain. The lips of all hall porters of flats are readily unlocked when their hands are crossed with silver. And why not? In our post-war civilization, little is effected without a quid pro quo. Even the British cabinet minister looks for reward. Alas, that should be so. Patriotism in all the Allied countries seems synonymous with personal ruin, and those who have realized the fact are the profiteers upon gallant men's lives. Gerald's discovery at the back of Upper Brook Street brought the pair to a dead end as far as their investigations went. They met as usual at lunch and discussed the situation. What to be done? All I can see, Marigold, is for you to continue your visits constantly to Bridge Place and learn all you can from your aunt, Durrant said. There is evidently something extraordinary in progress, but what it is we cannot possibly tell without more thorough investigation. But what can we do further? Asked the girl. I can do nothing just yet, except to receive reports from you, replied Gerald. You can visit Boyne's house and let me know from time to time what is in progress there. But the prisoner upstairs? She asked. How can I know more? By watching, was his reply. Do you know, Marigold, I've been thinking deeply over the affair. We are both agreed that we intend to fathom the secret of this man. Well, now could you not one evening, when you visit your aunt, be taken suddenly very unwell, and then remain there in the house and watch? Really, Gerald, that's a splendid idea, exclaimed the girl. Yet it seems an imposition upon Mr. Boyne. I know that. He poses as a man without anything whatever save the commission he collects upon the premiums on the lives of the honest inhabitants of Hammersmith. Yet, as we know, he is in touch with certain people of a much higher class than himself. The house in Pont Street is a great enigma to me. We must elucidate the mystery. That is my object. I am ready to work at your orders, Gerald, was the girl's reply, with a genuine love look in her eyes. Yes, we will do our utmost to solve this mystery. In consequence of this conversation, a few days later Marigold went one afternoon to visit her aunt, old Mrs. Felmore, and in the evening was taken very unwell. Mr. Boyne, who returned as usual about 6 o'clock, was told of the girl's illness and went down to the kitchen, where he saw her, and, speaking kindly, asked if he should fetch the doctor. No, thank you, Mr. Boyne, the girl answered, rather weakly. It's awfully good of you, but no doubt I shall be better presently and able to go home. I have a curious dizziness. It came on quite suddenly. Are you subject to it? He inquired, and then in the next breath asked if he could get her anything. My aunt has given me a cup of tea, was her reply, and I already feel better. Don't think of going to Wimbledon tonight unless you feel better, he urged. Mrs. Felmore can make you up a bed in the spare room. She thanked him, and though she assured him she would be well enough to go home in an hour or so, she had no intention of returning home that night. Boyne, on his part, looked weary and worn. His clothes were shabby, and his cheap boots were down at heel and dusty after a long day's tramp in the meaner streets of Hammersmith. Returning to his sitting room, he took his bulky insurance books from his pocket. Then he threw off his jacket, sat down to tea in his shirt sleeves, and fed Nibby, his pet rat. Mrs. Fellmore, like many deaf folk, could tell what was said by watching people's lips. When her employer had left the kitchen, she remarked to her niece, "Isn't Mr. Boyne a dear, nice man? Whenever I feel unwell, he is always so ready to get me anything. You know how bad I was with my rheumatism last winter? He wouldn't let me work, but engaged old Mrs. Kirk from the mall." "Yes, Auntie, he is," Marigold declared. "But I didn't tell him how bad I feel. I really don't know what has come over me. Why not let him call the doctor?" "Oh no, I'll be all right soon," she said cheerfully, and then she reseated herself in the summer twilight near the open window. At 8:30, Bernard Boyne, having washed and changed his clothes, went out. Marigold fell to wondering where he might be going. It had been arranged that Gerald should be on watch outside the house that night, but when they had met at lunch, he had told her that he was compelled to accompany his principal to Birmingham that afternoon, for a conference was to be held in that city on the following day. "I may be away for a day or two, dear," he had said, "but in the meanwhile, discover all you can." Boyne went direct from Hammersmith to Pont Street, where he found that his wife had gone out to dinner. She would be back soon after 10, the young man's servant informed him. Therefore he went to his room and put on evening clothes, a very smartly cut suit with white waistcoat and mother-of-pearl and diamond buttons. As he stood before the long cheval glass, examining himself after he had tied his cravat and put on his coat, the transformation, he thought, was surely complete. Nobody meeting him in that luxuriously furnished house would ever have recognized in him the trudging, hard-working insurance agent of Hammersmith. He descended to the drawing-room, but his wife did not return till past 10. She was in a strikingly handsome gown of black and gold tissue, with a shimmering ornament in her hair, while around her neck was a rope of splendid pearls. "Well, Lilla," he exclaimed pleasantly, as he threw himself lazily into a soft armchair. "I'm glad you're back early. Where are we to meet Aina?" "At Murray's, at 11. Then we go on to the Carlton to supper," was her reply. "Remember, our name tonight is Davidson, and we live at Welsford Hall in Northamptonshire. Aina wants to introduce us to Mrs. Morrison." "But Mrs. Morrison is likely to meet one of us again, and it might be awkward," the man remarked as he slowly lit a cigarette. "She is not likely to meet us again, except at Aina's house, is she?" said his wife, with a curious expression in her narrow eyes. "No, I suppose not, if all goes right, and there's no hitch," he said reflectively. "Hitch? How can there be a hitch?" asked Lilla. "Aina will do her part, while you do yours." "When does Aina propose that the little affair shall be done?" he asked. "Next Saturday, if that suits you." "Saturday," he repeated again reflectively as he examined his cigarette. "It will take about 9 to 10 days, so on the following Monday or Tuesday week it should be complete. It ought to be, Bernard. We shall soon be wanting more money, you know. We've been spending freely and investing a lot of late." Aina was here this afternoon. Mrs. Morrison came up from Brighton this morning in order to go to the theater with her and meet us at supper afterwards. You can tell her how you hunt with the Fitzwilliam and Lord Exeter's hounds. She knows nothing of fox hunting, and it will impress her. Yes, Aina has told me the woman is just the widow of a Glasgow man who has plenty of money, but who knows practically nothing of English society. Why Aina is so keen that we should meet the woman, I can't think, Lilla remarked. "Well, to tell you the truth, I suggested it," was his reply. "When she invites her to dine, we shall be there. It looks better for Aina to have other guests, especially if anything happened." "I hope nothing untoward will happen," she exclaimed quickly. "No," he laughed. "Don't worry, my dear. It is all plain sailing. We shall cash a big check before long, depend upon it. But time is getting on. We ought to get along to Murray's and meet them on arrival." Therefore the pair put on their coats, and a taxi being called, they drove to Murray's, where they awaited the arrival of Mrs. Pollen and her guest. 10 minutes later they came. The red-haired widow was dressed superbly and wore wonderful beads of Chinese jade. Her companion, handsome and also well-dressed, expressed delight when her hostess introduced her to her old friends, Mr. and Mrs. Davidson. The latter both became extremely affable, appearing very pleased when Ana told them what they already knew, namely, that she had reserved a table at the Carlton for supper. Then the four drove in a taxi to Pall Mall, where they had a very pleasant meal. Mrs. Morrison, of Carskeren, was a hard-headed and sensible woman. She cared but little for the so-called excitements of society, but that evening she had greatly enjoyed the play, and now as she gazed around at the smart crowd coming in and taking the tables allotted to them, the daring and often magnificent dresses, and the host of good-looking men, it was something of a novelty to her. "Before my husband's death, I traveled a good deal on the continent," she explained to Mrs. Davidson. "But nowadays I remain mostly in Scotland. I entertain a few people at Carskeren for the shooting, but beyond that I live very quietly." "So do we," Lilla replied. "We are just country cousins. Our place is in the wilds of Northamptonshire, and my husband hunts a good deal." "Northamptonshire and Leicestershire are the center of fox hunting, are they not?" said the Scotchwoman, addressing Mr. Davidson. "Yes, we have several packs within easy reach, though Welsford, where we live, is, strictly speaking, in the Fitzwilliam country. I love hunting," he added. "My husband even goes cubbing at 4 o'clock in the morning sometimes," laughed Mrs. Davidson. He is evidently an enthusiast," Mrs. Morrison agreed. "My husband was a fisherman, and I confess I had to go with him on some very dull expeditions in the north of Scotland and in Ireland." "That's the worst of men," Lilla declared. "If they take up hunting, fishing, or golf, it becomes an obsession. They talk of nothing else." And so the chatter about hunting and hunting men continued, apparently to the intense amusement of Ana Pollen, or Mrs. Morrison, as she was known to the Manchester solicitor and the doctors who had pronounced her life to be a first-class one. The orchestra was playing one of the latest waltzes, and the big restaurant was filled with chatter and laughter. Surely none who sat there that night and noticed the three ladies and their male companion as they drank their champagne and ate that supper dish of the London restaurants, mousse de jambon served from the ice, would ever have dreamed that a most diabolical plot was in progress, a conspiracy the most subtle and fiendish that the evil mind of man could ever devise. Ana Pollen was, of course, the life and soul of the party. Very handsome, with her auburn hair and her bizarre dress, she was regarded by half the people in the restaurant. Some of them knew her by sight as a regular habituée of the smart restaurants and dance clubs, for it was part of the great game which the heartless trio was playing for her to be remarked and regarded as a woman of outstanding grace and beauty. Men courted her society, and in more than one instance, if the truth be whispered, had been hurried to the grave in consequence. The quartet, after a delightful meal, took their coffee and Cointreau at a little table set beneath a palm out in the hall. Mrs. Morrison had become as charmed with Mrs. Davidson as she had been with Ana Pollen. "You must come up and see me at Carskeren," she urged Lilla. "No doubt your husband, living in the country, shoots. I can give him some grouse in the season. We have a fair amount of game on our moor at Balmaclellan." "I shall be delighted, Mrs. Morrison," was Davidson's reply. As he lifted his eyes to Mrs. Pollen, they exchanged significant glances. Then, after a merry chat, Ana suddenly said, "Can't all three of you dine with me at home one evening? You're not going north yet, are you, Mrs. Morrison? Do come." "What about next Saturday?" "I'm going back to Brighton tomorrow," was her reply, "but you can easily run up on Saturday." "Do. Let us dine early and go to a show together, she suggested with her usual enthusiasm. "You'll come, Lilla, won't you?" Mrs. Davidson hesitated. She replied that she feared that she had an engagement that evening, and her husband was certain that he had. "Oh, now do come," urged the Red Widow. "If Mrs. Morrison will come, you really must come." Then, after a few half-hearted arguments and protests, Mrs. Morrison accepted the invitation, and the Davidsons did likewise. And so the quiet little dinner was fixed, Ana promising to get a box at some theater. "Then we will go to Murray's or Giro's afterwards," she added. Later, when Boyne and his wife were together in a taxi on their way to Pont Street. Lilla turned to him and said, "It all seems to go well if you can be ready by Saturday. If you can't, then we shall be in the cart." "Leave it all to me," he said in a hard, changed voice. "We shall be at Upper Brook Street on Saturday, and I hope we shall be successful. It won't be my fault if we fail." Chapter 12. The Person from Upstairs. Marigold Ramsay, still pretending her sudden and unaccountable illness, lay upon a narrow iron bedstead in the spare room of Bernard Boyne's house, listening and unable to sleep. She was there as a watchdog. Time after time, she heard the bells of St. Paul's, Hammersmith, chiming the hours, but there was no sound below. Mr. Boyne had not returned. The night was sultry and her window was slightly open. As she lay awake, she wondered what strange secret could be hidden in that house of mystery. Her aunt suspected nothing. That was evident, or she would have mentioned it to her. To old Mrs. Felmore, Bernard Boyne was a good and patient master, the persevering, honest man which all Hammersmith judged him to be. None dreamed that he led such a curious double life of dusty tramping by day and enjoying himself in the gay haunts of the West End by night. It was nearly 2:30 when a taxi set him down at the end of Hammersmith Bridge, and he walked to that house covered with Virginia creeper. Not recollecting the fact that Marigold might still be there, and knowing that old Mrs. Felmore would not hear him enter, he placed his key in the latch and entered, closing the door heavily, as was his wont. Marigold, on the alert, heard him. He went along the narrow, stuffy passage into his sitting room. The girl sprang from her bed, put on the dressing gown her aunt had lent her, and opened the door noiselessly. She heard the click of a lock in the room below, and knew that Boyne was giving Nibby his food, as he did every night without fail. Mrs. Felmore always left him something, meat or biscuit, to give the tame rat each night before he retired. Nibby was Mr. Boyne's weird obsession. Mrs. Felmore hated it, but it was in its cage living in the cupboard by day, and allowed to run about the room at night, nibbling the evening newspaper or the old-fashioned furniture, for it was as destructive as all its race. One day, Mrs. Felmore found that it had gnawed the corner of the carpet, while on the next she discovered that it had made a hole into the door of the cupboard opposite that in which it lived. And rat holes are unsightly, to say the least. As Marigold listened, she heard Mr. Boyne speaking to his pet. "Now then, you've had enough, Nibby. Get back, you elusive little dear." And she heard him chasing him across the floor. Then he unlocked another cupboard, and a few minutes later he came out into the passage and ascended the stairs. In consequence, she closed her own door noiselessly, slipped the bolt, and stood listening. He passed her door and then ascended the next flight of stairs. Therefore she reopened her door instantly and, looking out, saw his form disappearing round the corner of the next landing. She held her breath. He was dressed in that long hooded cloak of white, just as she had seen him on that well-remembered night weeks ago. He was on his way to that locked room, and carried in his hand food for its imprisoned occupant. Dare she follow him? She was there at Gerald's suggestion, and it was for her to discover all she could. As she listened, she heard the key being put into the Yale lock of that strong door at the top of the stairs. She heard him enter, the latch clicking behind him. Then she heard strange cries, cries of surprise and rage, human cries. Summoning courage, she crept noiselessly after him, listening intently. There were no sounds of voices, only those strange cries, though, having ascended the second flight of stairs, she could see a streak of light beneath the door and could hear him moving about within. Suddenly, just as she was about to ascend the third flight, she heard him approach the door and open it. Instantly, she drew back and flew down into her room, and none too quickly, for a second later they would have encountered each other face to face. Boyne, unsuspicious of being watched, for so occupied was he that he had forgotten Marigold's presence in the house, returned to his sitting room, divested himself of the hideous disguise which he always wore when visiting the locked room, and then reascended to bed. The girl lay awake for hours until, wearied out, she fell asleep till her aunt brought her some tea. "Don't let Mr. Boyne know that I've stayed here tonight, Auntie," she said, getting up hurriedly. "I'll get away before he comes down. I don't want him to know I've been so ill." The old woman read her lips and nodded, saying in a whisper, As soon as you're gone, dear, I'll make the bed. I don't want any breakfast. I'll get to the city early and have it there. And this she did. When Boyne came down to breakfast, he asked his housekeeper how her niece was, to which she replied that she had recovered at about 10 o'clock on the previous night and gone home to Wimbledon. Saturday was always an off day with Mr. Boyne. Working people did not pay their weekly insurance premiums till Monday. Saturday is the half day with the working class, as Wednesday is with the shopkeeping community. Now on that particular Saturday, Bernard Boyne, at 11 o'clock in the forenoon, sent Mrs. Felmore to King Street to buy him a tin of tomato soup. He wrote down the brand on an old envelope, and he wanted nothing else. If one grocer has not got it, another has, no doubt. If you can't get it in Hammersmith, go down to Chiswick or Bedford Park, he said. You'll find it somewhere. And the old woman, whose shopping successes were always marvelous considering her stone deafness, went forth, little dreaming that such a brand as that he had written down was non-existent. So all the morning until well into the afternoon, Bernard Boyne had the house entirely to himself. As soon as she had gone, Boyne put on his white disguise and, rushing upstairs to the locked room, opened it. "Now then," he shouted roughly, "are you ready? Have you dressed yet? No, you haven't. Now put on quick. Come out and get some air. It's stifling in this place." He waited at the door, whereupon a white figure, dressed exactly the same as himself, emerged and slowly and painfully came down the stairs. The two weird figures, linked arm in arm, descended to Boyne's parlor, whereupon in an authoritative tone he ordered the strange creature to be seated. "Sit there," he said, "and I'll open the window. You want a bit of air and exercise." "Food, food," came the words, weak and squeaky behind the hideous mask. "Very well, I'll go and get you some, but you can't eat it yet. Not till you're back again in your own room." "Food," he said roughly, with a sneer. "You're always wanting food and water. Fortunately, the cistern is up there, or I'd have to carry up every drop for you. But your food I never forget, do I, he shouted, as though the strange figure was as deaf as old Mrs. Felmore. The hooded figure, huddled in the armchair, only shrugged its shoulders. From the voice, it was impossible to tell the sex of the individual. The tone was weak, squeaky, and quite unnatural. "Now, tell me, what have you done?" asked Boyne. "How is it progressing? I know you must be lonely sometimes, but it can't be helped. You are not fit to mix with us, you know, and you exist upon my charity. I'm always good to you. Understand that." I know," squeaked the figure, whose white cloak was soiled and stained, while those two long slits for the eyes under the pointed hood gave it a most weird and forbidding appearance. "I hope you appreciate all I've done for you," Boyne went on. "If I had not risked all this, where would you have been, tried and executed in the hangman's noose? But I have done my best, though often you don't appreciate it." I do," cried the voice from behind that strange disguise. "And I do all that you tell me," it whined. "Very well," laughed Boyne. "We'll let it rest at that. The failure you lately had put me right in the cart. We mustn't have another. Remember that. Let it sink into your brain. You're clever, I know, but a single slip and both of us will go where we don't want to." I know. Yes, replied the huddled figure. "But it was the weather, always the weather, and it is so hot under that roof." "Weather be hanged," replied Boyne. "This is winter, cold winter, and yet you believe it to be summer." As a matter of fact, it was hot summer weather, yet Boyne was trying to impress upon his companion that heat was cold, and vice versa. The two weird figures in white cloaks, with only slits for the eyes, like brothers of the Misericordia of medieval Italy, only in white, instead of black, sat opposite each other. Boyne was giving to his prisoner a breath of air and a change in his living room. A few minutes later, the strange occupant of the locked room uttered the single word. "Nibby." "Oh, yes, dear little Nibby is here," was Boyne's reply. Rising, he fumbled beneath his cloak, and with his key unlocked the cupboard and opened the cage, from which the tame rat darted down and across the room. A second later, he was sniffing the cloak of the figure from upstairs, running around the hem of the cloak with his little pink nose, while the wearer of the cloak put down a hand to be smelt, saying, "Nibby, my dear little Nibby, that I have lost so long." In all London, no scene in broad daylight could have been more weird than that at noon on a summer morning in Bridge Place, Hammersmith. Boyne, the mystery man, held in such high esteem from Addison Road to Kew, sat there with the poor crouching figure as his victim. Behind those long narrow slits in the white fabric showed a pair of dark, deep-sunken eyes that were inhuman and unnatural. The voice from behind the mask was metallic and squeaky. Whether the person was a man or a woman could not be conjectured. The high-pitched note was feminine. "Am I not good to you to allow you this little relaxation?" asked Boyne. "You don't often get it, I admit, for the old deaf crone is always about, and I can seldom get rid of her. I felt very ill last week." "Days ago," croaked the mysterious occupant of the locked room. "I go up to you every day. You never complained. You are usually asleep when I come up. You come up at night. But all day I look out from the window over the roofs towards the river." "River? What do you mean? There is no river here. It is a desert of bricks and mortar. You dream." Yes, I dream. I'm always dreaming," was the response. It was evident that Boyne held his half-imbecile prisoner completely in his power, and that all the orders of the insurance agent were obeyed. Into the room strayed a ray of summer sunlight across the threadbare green carpet, lighting up the dingy old place. The stranger from upstairs saw it and squeaked. "Look, it's summer, summer, summer," cried the man who held him enthralled. "You're dreaming. It's winter. We get sun in winter sometimes. Surely you know that, dense as you are." "I'm not dense," came the protest. "I do all you ask, find jobs to." "You're dense about sunshine," Boyne repeated. Yes, but not about the rats. Where's Nibby?" Boyne caught the little animal and gave it into the hands of the strange figure, who stroked its sleek coat. Suddenly the weird form in the soiled, white disguise sprang to its feet without warning, and, facing its jailer, shrieked, But who are you? Who are you? I'm beginning to realize the truth at last. Yes, at last." Chapter 13 relates a strange conversation. "Who are you?" shrieked the weird, hooded figure in the white cloak in a fierce voice, standing up suddenly above the seated man who was in exactly similar disguise. The pair, one seated and the other having suddenly sprung up, faced each other. The smaller and apparently weaker figure had assumed a distinctly offensive attitude. His eyes shone behind the narrow slits. "Fool!" laughed Boyne, who was seated. "Sit down, you idiotic fool." And he waved his hand in contempt. "If I had not looked after you and hidden you here, you would long ago have been given over to the hangman. Just remember that," he shouted loudly. "Sink that into your skull, sleepy brain." But faltered the figure. "But who are you? You are not Wisden." Boyne, disguised in his white cloak with hood, the two presenting the most weird spectacle in the light of day in that dingy room in Hammersmith, started, then hesitated for a second. "Yes," he replied in a hard voice. "I am Wisden. Now you know. Wisden of Twywell. Do you recollect the name?" "You." "Wisden," gasped the person whose countenance was disguised by that hideous hood. Aye. And he sank back into his chair. "Now you know, you accursed fool," exclaimed the mystery man. "And let that also sink into your silly noddle. Further, keep a still tongue. Be silent when you are up there, for people may listen and hear you. If they do, then you'll be discovered, and your death will be quick. Recollect that they are waiting for you. The affair isn't forgotten." "No," sighed the weird figure. "No, I know it hasn't been forgotten. My crime. Yes, but don't refer to it. Just keep a level head, my dear Lionel, as you always do. I will still look after you if you remain silent and do what I order. I will supply you with everything. But be very careful that when I carry you up your food, you don't speak. Somebody might overhear. These cursed walls have ears, although the old woman Felmore is deaf. Do you understand me?" he asked in a more imperative voice, rising, taking him by the shoulders, and shaking him. "Now tell me, you understand?" Yes. The other gibbered in a strange tone. "You Wisden, Willie Wisden? Oh, yes. I see. Dear old Willie, who was with me at Monte Carlo. Oh, yes. And that beautiful microscope. You got upstairs. Don't you recollect it? Why, I gave it to you in the Terminus Hotel, in Marseilles 3 years ago. Are you growing foolish? Surely not. Yes. Oh, yes. I recollect now. The beautiful mic. Oh, yes. Oh, what that instrument must have cost. Oh, what a lot. What a lot of money. It did cost a good bit, and it's yours. So don't worry. I'll look after you, Lionel. But don't play the fool, or you'll go to the gallows over that unfortunate little affair. I warn you, Scotland Yard is looking everywhere for you, and they would have had you long ago if I hadn't taken you in hand and had pity upon you. For a few moments, the strange figure huddled in the chair remained silent. Yes, I know. And Lilla, he asked. She's dead, died a year ago, was Boyne's prompt reply. Lilla dead, sighed the other. Poor Lilla. She was a very good wife to you, just as Alice was to me. Poor Lilla. Don't you bother about my personal affairs, Lionel. Just keep your own end up and breathe a bit of fresh air now, while you can before you go back to your own quarters. I don't like you getting up through that trapdoor onto the roof. Somebody might see you one night. My quarters. My prison, you mean? He retorted bitterly. Prison? Fool, what are you saying? Your room is surely comfortable. I do my best for you. If you want to get out, do so, and you'll be arrested by the first police constable who comes along. But it is prison, replied the mysterious figure in a voice asking for pity. Prison. Well, take your liberty, and take the consequences, the other responded roughly. Look what I do. I'm always working for you, always. Boyne laughed harshly. Very well. Give it up, and I'll fling you out into the gutter. Now, just as you are. I shan't suffer, he added. But you will. By gad, you will. The man from upstairs cringed and drew his breath. No, no, Wisden. No, don't do that. I'll do all you ask, all. Alice, my dear Alice, always said you were my best friend, my very best friend. And so I am, my dear fellow, exclaimed Boyne. I've done my best for you all along, all along. Look, cried the lonely man who lived upstairs, and whose movements were never heard by deaf old Mrs. Fellmore. What's that? And with a shriek of horror, he pointed to a corner of the dingy room. What? I don't see anything, was Boyne's reply. You've got one of those spooky fits of yours coming on again. You'd better go back. I don't want to go back, whined the person whose Christian name was Lionel. Surely you won't send me back, Wisden? Yes. For your own sake you must lie low. Try to understand what I say. We are mutually interested in each other. It is to the advantage of both that you should remain here. I'm not your jailer, recollect. If you wish, you can walk out now. But I warn you that you will walk straight into the hangman's noose. Scotland Yard and the Old Bailey are awaiting you, and are ready, never fear. But where's Alice? Asked the squeaky voice. Alice is dead. Are you sure? How and where did she die? In Avignon, in a house close behind the Pope's palace. Surely you remember? You were there. I wasn't there. I swear I was not. When we were in Avignon, we were all happy together. Alice with me, and you with Lilla. My dear boy, your memory is at fault. Did you not stay in Avignon while Lilla and I motored to Paris? Now, think. Did you not take an apartment in the Rue Cardinale and remain after our departure? Alice, your wife, died there. Why, only a few minutes ago you deplored her loss. Yes, but how can I be certain that she is dead? Asked the other dubiously. Because I tell you she is. I'm not a liar, cried Boyne fiercely, again assuming an overbearing attitude. But I want to go home, to see my home again, the garden, the flowers, and Alice. You'll never see her again, and you are safer here. So you had better go back to your room and keep a still tongue. And be careful not to make a noise. You made a horrible row the other night. I didn't. Yes, you did. I could hear you moving about above me. You should move your bed across to the other side, near the trapdoor that goes out on to the roof of which you are so fond. Because I get air. But I only open it and go out after it's dark, I assure you. Well, you've got plenty of stores. I bring you bread and fresh meat and vegetables, and you've got the cistern full of water. Why, if I went away for a month or 6 weeks, you wouldn't starve. I always see to that. And look what it costs me, exclaimed the humble insurance agent. Nibby, dear little Nibby, cried the weird man from upstairs in that inhuman, high-pitched voice as he noticed the tame rat dart across the threadbare carpet. Yes, Nibby knows you, laughed the man Boyne. He's a dear little fellow, isn't he? Yes. I miss him after so long, replied the man. Can I take him upstairs with me? He asked piteously. No. He would gnaw through the door to get back to me, and old Mother Felmore would find rats in the place. She knows of Nibby, but we don't want to arouse her curiosity. Women, deaf or not, are always dangerous when one has secrets. And how is Mrs. Pollen? Mrs. Pollen, echoed Boyne. Whom do you mean? Why, Ana Pollen, the friend of Lilla. You know the woman, tall, handsome, red-haired. She worked a dirty trick upon some man she met. They had supper at the Ritz. He died, and nobody suspected. Ugh, isn't it funny how one can lead a crooked life, and everyone think one perfectly honest? Well, you're not honest, my dear Lionel, laughed Bernard Boyne. If it had not been for me, I repeat, you'd have been hanged for that affair 2 years ago. The man in the hooded cloak shuddered. Yes, he replied in a changed voice. You are right. I owe everything to you, and that's why I do all you ask of me. They say there is no genius without lunacy. So I suppose you think me a lunatic. I don't think, Lionel. I know you are, Boyne responded. You've acted as a silly fool, and you made a serious slip in killing the girl, but I'm trying to save you from the police. They're still hunting over all Europe for you. But did I kill her, Wisten? Did I? I don't remember it. Remember it. Why? You've got no memory. You only remember all your science and your wonderful knowledge, a knowledge unequaled. Yes, you killed her, and by an ace I rescued you from arrest. You recollect little Maggie? Ah, yes. I know what you mean, gasped the other. Little Maggie, but I didn't kill her. You did. Your damnable criminal instincts led you to kill her, and that's why Scotland Yard is searching daily for you. Maggie. I killed Maggie. Yes, you did. And you know it, you infernal hypocrite, cried Boyne. Now, don't try to argue. I'm in my right senses. You aren't. I haven't time or inclination to have a war of words over it. Besides, he added, glancing at his watch, Mrs. Felmore will be back at any minute, so you must get upstairs again, and without delay. But can't I go home? I want to see my garden, the flowers. No, snapped Boyne. You can't. You'll stay here. Do let me go. Do, pleaded the other in that curious high-pitched voice. I do want to see my garden again. You'll see the inside of a prison if you are not very careful, Boyne declared in a warning tone. So don't think about going home. But am I never to go home? At your own risk. Remember, I'll take no responsibility. Your description and photograph are in every police station here and on the continent. And, as I've told you lots of times, the moment you step outside into the street, you will court danger. You'll be arrested by the first policeman who sees you. Surely I may go home, if only for a day. You could take me there. Later on, perhaps, Boyne said encouragingly, in a tone which he would have adopted to a child. For the present you must remain where you are, safe. And don't make a noise, otherwise somebody may hear you, he urged. I don't make any noise. I'm always so careful, and I only go out on the roof at night. The less you go out there, the better, growled the insurance agent. I run risks every time I come up to bring your food. Only the other day, Mrs. Felmore was saying that Nibby seemed to have an enormous appetite. That's why I brought you up that store of tinned stuff. I haven't had any tea for a week, but you've got your gas ring and your kettle. The kettle leaks. Then why the deuce didn't you tell me that before? I'll bring you a new one today, and some fresh milk and some eggs. I've tasted none for weeks. Well, if you're in hiding, you must put up with what food you can get, growled Boyne. I do my best for you, and even now you're not satisfied. I want to go home. Home? For them to know that you're still in London? They all think you've escaped to Greece and got clean away. That's what I told them. The man so strangely disguised drew a long breath. If only I could have got away, he murmured wistfully. Yes, it would have saved me a lot of bother, wouldn't it? Snarled the other. No, be patient and be grateful. I am grateful, Wisten, very grateful. You're not. You're a dissatisfied hound who deserves no pity or consideration. I do my best and shelter you, and all you do in return is to grumble. Oh, but you don't know how lonely it is up there. I sit all day alone, and sleep your hours away. Look at me, trudging about all day long for next to nothing. True, I have freedom, but there's no charge against me as there is against you. No, cried the man Lionel in his squeaky voice. But there may be one day. Remember, there may be. Don't be a fool, snapped Boyne. Get back to your den and lie low. I shan't. What, you defy me? Yes, I know you. Who you are, shouted the mysterious man. You're not Wisten. Your voice is not his. Infernal idiot. So you've got another attack coming on, have you? Come, get up, for he had sunk into a chair again. Pulling him up, he shook him roughly by the shoulder, saying, Get up and come along. I won't, he cried sullenly. I tell you I won't go up there any more. Very well then, I'll fling you out into the street now, just as you are. You'd cut a fine figure, wouldn't you? I don't care. All right, if you don't care, come along and get out of my house. And he took him again by the shoulder and hustled him out of the room towards the front door. What do you mean to do? Asked the mysterious prisoner in a frightened voice. Do? Boyne echoed fiercely. Why, kick you out. I'm sick of trying to help such an unthankful blackguard. I'm not unthankful, he declared. I'll go back. I thought you wouldn't relish being put into the hands of the police, laughed Boyne. Go upstairs. The hooded man turned towards the stairs with a disconsolate sigh, but without further words. He saw that all argument was useless. Come, whispered Boyne, whose quick ear had caught a sound in the kitchen below. Mrs. Felmore is back. By gad, hustle up quickly. And the man painfully climbed back to his secret hiding place, the door of which Boyne closed just as Mrs. Felmore arrived at the foot of the stairs in search of her master. Curse the fellow, Boyne muttered beneath his breath. He's growing defiant, and that means trouble for us, serious trouble. Chapter 14. On Saturday night. The events of that particular Saturday were of such portent that it is necessary to describe them in some little detail. When the man from upstairs had safely escaped from Mrs. Felmore's observation, and Boyne had expressed regret that her shopping expedition had been fruitless, the honest insurance agent ate the frugal lunch which his housekeeper put before him, and then went out. An hour later he returned with a large parcel, which he smuggled in away from the deaf old woman, and 10 minutes later, pretending to have forgotten, he sent her out to buy some postage stamps. So she put on her hat in calm obedience, and once more went forth into King Street. As soon as she had gone, Boyne opened the parcel, which contained a new tin kettle and a quantity of groceries and provisions, and then sprang up the stairs, unlocked the door with his key, and entered the secret abode. He was there for about 3/4 of an hour. He heard Mrs. Felmore come in, but took no heed. If she knew that he was upstairs, she would no doubt believe that he was looking out some of his insurance papers. About 3:30 Boyne came forth, and, locking the heavy door, descended to his sitting room with a satisfied smile upon his smug countenance. What had happened in that locked room evidently pleased him. He went to the nearest telephone call office, and 10 minutes later was speaking with his wife in Pont Street. You Lilla? He asked, recognizing her voice. It's all right. I shall go to Ana's at 6, and then come on to you. Have you heard anything? Yes. She's come up from Brighton, and not being able to get a room in any of the big hotels, has gone into a private one at Lancaster Gate. Is all correct? Yes. See you after I've seen Ana, was his reply, and he rang off. Back again he went to Bridge Place, and at 5:30 left for Upper Brook Street. He, however, did not pass the inquisitive hall porter, but entered by the servant's way, for he was by no means well dressed. Inside Ana Pollen's flat, he walked to the drawing-room, where the Red Widow joined him, asking anxiously, Well, how goes it, my dear Bernard? All progresses as we would wish. I thought I'd run up here before I go to Lilla's to change. Where's Mrs. Morrison? At Lancaster Gate, at a private hotel I recommended. I urged her to remain in town for a week or 10 days, and she's consented. Excellent. What's the place like? Oh, quiet and eminently respectable. Mostly rich, old fogies from the country go there. I thought it would be better to remain in touch with her, you know. And the Red Widow laughed grimly. I've got the table set ready. Come and see it, she urged, and she took him into the adjoining dining room, a handsome apartment, with carved oak furniture and several old and valuable paintings upon the walls. Upon the circular polished table the plates were set upon small mats in the latest vogue, while both the silver and glass were ancient. Covers were laid for 4, the decorations consisting of only 2 long-stem glasses of pale pink carnations. Taste and delicacy were displayed everywhere, especially in the antique Georgian plate, with the genuine Queen and Monteith as a centerpiece. "Will it do?" she asked. "I laid it myself. It is perfect. It will impress her with your sense of the artistic, Aina," he declared. "I hope the meal you will give us will be as refined." "I hope so," she laughed. "In a sense, a certain sense, it will be more so." He laughed at the hidden meaning contained in that remark. Then he glanced around the room and recollected the great expense which the preliminaries of that single meal had entailed. "I've asked her for 7:30, Mrs. Pollins said, "so you'd better go over and dress and get here a little late. She'll settle down before you come. Then you can both apologize. Of course, we've not met since that evening at the Carlton." "Right, I quite understand," he said. "Where's she to sit?" "There, with her back to the sideboard." Boyne nodded approval. The Red Widow opened the cupboard on the left hand of the sideboard, where he saw in a row 4 beautiful liqueur glasses, delicately cut, with square stems. His quick eye examined them, and he took out one. It was exactly the same as the other 3, except that it had a round stem. He held it in his fingers for a second, and a sinister smile played about his lips. "Yes, I see," he remarked. "She likes liqueurs. Most women do, especially Cointreau. They like the subtle flavor of tangerine orange," laughed Aina. "Don't you recollect what she said about it at the Carlton? That it is her favorite drink with coffee?" "Yes, and we, of course, indulge her." "Indulge," echoed the woman. "A nice word, truly." Boyne was twisting the liqueur glass he had selected in his fingers. "I wish you'd give me a cocktail, Aina," he said. "I'm dying for one." "Then I'll get you one at once." "There's none here." "I'll go into the kitchen and mix one, gin and French vermouth, with a dash of anisette and lemon." "Exactly. That's what I want." "You're a dear," replied the man, and the widow left to prepare it. A few minutes later she returned with a small glass on a silver tray. He took it and swallowed the contents at 2 gulps. "By Jove, excellent. Johnny at the Ritz couldn't make a better, Ina. But you were always famed for your corpse revivers. Glad you like it. Now get away at once, or you'll have no time." "Mind a glass," he said in a serious voice. "I'll see after it all right, never fear. You do your work, and I do mine. Now get away, and don't arrive before 7:45 or so." "Yours to obey, Aina," was his response, and he at once slipped out by the servant's entrance into the mews, and, hailing a taxi a few minutes later, drove to Pont Street. On arrival, he at once met his wife, who was anxiously awaiting him in the drawing room. "All right, Lilla. Don't worry. Things all go well," he assured her. "I've seen Aina, and we shall have a very delightful dinner. We go to the new review at the Hippodrome afterwards, and then on to Gyro's for supper. A very delightful evening." And then asked his wife, looking him straight in the face, "Well, and then a little affair of business." Lilla laughed at the grimace her husband made. Boyne left her at once, and, ascending to his bedroom, shaved, exchanged his clothes for a smart evening suit, and carefully brushed his hair, until, when he descended, he presented the ideal man about town whose evening clothes were well worn and who wore his soft-fronted shirt as one accustomed to it every night. The man in used to the claw-hammer coat is always to be noticed in a crowd, just as is the woman who, putting on an evening frock occasionally, hitches it up on the shoulder and is palpably uncomfortable in it. Bernard Boyne wore his clothes, whether the dusty suit of the Hammersmith insurance agent or the smart evening clothes in which he pursued his nocturnal peregrinations in the West End, with equal grace and ease. When he rejoined his wife in the pretty drawing-room, he presented a very different figure from the man who had sat in that ugly white cloak with the slits for eyes in that dingy, creeper-covered house in Hammersmith. He rang the bell, and, ordering a taxi, lit a cigarette and awaited it. Lilla was splendidly dressed in a gown of navy blue and gold brocade, cut very low, with shoes and stockings to match. In her hair was a long osprey which well matched the gorgeous gown, the latest creation of Petticoat Lane. The writer begs pardon of his lady readers for such irreverent mention of Dover Street, Piccadilly, that street in which the latest fashions of feminine frippery have their birth, and to which the mere man sends his checks in consequence of recurring crazes. When together in the taxi, Lilith said, "Now be extremely careful. This Scotch woman is very canny. Remember that. If it made a slip, it would land us all in, well, at a very dead end. Don't be anxious, Lilla. I never like you when you grow anxious, because anxiety always brings us bad luck. And we don't want that tonight, do we? Eat your dinner and think of nothing, only of the review at the Hippodrome. Leave Aina and myself to it. Don't bother, or you may arouse suspicion." Later, when they alighted in Upper Brook Street, just before 8 o'clock, the uniformed hall porter touched his cap as they entered and took them up in the lift. "Oh, my dear Aina," cried Lilla, as the two women met in the drawing room. "Do forgive me, do. Bernard came in late from the club. It's all his fault. It really is not mine. I waited for him half an hour." "Yes, Mrs. Pollen," said Boyne penitently. "I take all responsibility upon myself. I had to see a man on business at the club, and the brute was half an hour late. So I had to rush home and dress. And here we are. Do forgive me, won't you?" Aina Pollen laughed, declaring that she had overlooked the offense, whereupon Mrs. Morrison shook Lilla's hand warmly, and they sank into chairs until 2 minutes later dinner was announced by the smart maid. Dinner. Bernard Boyne and Aina Pollen had given dinners before, artistic and perfect meals which would have delighted any gourmet, even though he had tasted the pre-war gastronomical delights of the expensive restaurants of Moscow, Petrograd, or Bucharest. When they sat down, Aina directed Mrs. Morrison to her seat with her back to the sideboard, saying, "You won't have any draft there, my dear. This room is so full of drafts. I don't know where they come from. I hope you are staying in town a little while, and that we shall see something of you," said Lilla to Mrs. Morrison as they tackled their asparagus soup. "You must not go back to Scotland yet, you know." "Well," replied the other, a handsome figure in her discreetly décolleté gown, "Aina has been urging me to remain in London for a few days, but I couldn't get a room anywhere. All the hotels are full up, but I at last got in at a place in Lancaster Gate. Quite comfortable, though it's a bit expensive. All hotels are terribly dear now, though. After all, hotels are cheaper than one's household expenses," Lilla replied. "Well, I've taken my room for a week. I may be in London longer, but I have to visit my sister-in-law at Aviemore on the 20th of next month, and then I go over to Erin to my niece. Stay with us as long as you can, Mrs. Morrison," Boyne urged warmly. "You must dine with us at Pont Street one night next week." "Thanks. I shall be delighted. I've got appointments with the dressmaker." "And the dentist, of course," laughed Boyne. "All ladies have appointments with their dentists. It is the best excuse a wife can have for the deception of a too inquisitive husband." "Not in my case, Mr. Davidson," declared the widow of Carsfairn with a merry smile. "I have no one to whom I need make excuses. But, as it happens, I am going to a dentist." "There you are," laughed Aina. He divined it. The meal went on merrily to its end, after which the maid handed round the black coffee in exquisite little china cups, the spoons having handles shaped like coffee beans. Then she retired. Aina, glancing at the old chiming clock upon the mantel shelf, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, it's getting late, and Evans hasn't put on the liqueurs. I'll get them myself." And rising, she obtained from the sideboard 4 liqueur glasses, together with bottles of old brandy, Benedictine, and triple SEC. "Now, dear, you'll have your favorite Cointreau," she said, addressing Mrs. Morrison, and pouring out a glass of the clear, water-like extract of tangerine oranges. "No, no thanks," was the prompt reply. "I really don't want it." "Oh, but you must," declared her hostess, pressing her. "I'm going to have one, and so will you, Lilla, I'm sure." "Oh, yes, I love it," declared the other woman, while Boyne glanced eagerly to satisfy himself that the stem of Mrs. Morrison's glass was round and not square. "Come, you must have half a glass, dear," declared Aina, and she poured out, disregarding her guest's half-hearted protests. Then, the others being served, the big silver box of rose-tipped cigarettes was opened, and they took one each. Bernard Boyne watched the widow from Scotland sipping her small glass with the utmost satisfaction, while the other 2 women were excited, though they seemed quite cool, engaging her in conversation. "Do you know," exclaimed Mrs. Morrison, I grow more fond of this liqueur each time I take it. We can't get it in Scotland, so I order it from London. It is the purest of all the liqueurs, that is my belief. It is, declared Boyne, with a meaning look towards Aina. It is never injurious, as so many of these green, red, and yellow alcoholic and sugar concoctions are. No, replied the wealthy owner of Carsfern. I quite agree. And she drained her glass with undisguised satisfaction. It has a most exquisite flavor, and it does one no harm. Boyne smiled grimly across to his hostess and suggested that they should be going if they wanted to be there at the opening of the review. The quartet sat in a box and greatly enjoyed the medley of songs and dances until, at the close, they went off to a gay supper at Giro's, which they did not leave till nearly 2 in the morning. Just before Boyne dropped his wife from a taxi at the corner of Pont Street, he said, "Well, Lilla, it all went well, didn't it? No hitch. We ought to have some news from Lancaster Gate about Wednesday or Thursday." "Good," replied the woman. "We'll wait in patience. Only I do hope it will turn out as we expect." "It will, never fear. Good night." And she stepped out to walk down the street to her own house, while he continued in the taxi to Hammersmith Broadway, where he also alighted. Then, as he walked home, he muttered to himself, "It can't fail this time. On Wednesday, next we shall hear how beneficial to the health is that most excellent liqueur." Chapter 15 carries the mystery farther. On Monday, according to a previous arrangement, both Gerald and Marigold obtained leave of absence for the afternoon from their respective principals, and after lunching together as usual, went on the top of an omnibus to Queux, where they walked for an hour in the celebrated gardens. Then they went to Hammersmith to take tea with Mrs. Felmore. The deaf old woman welcomed them warmly, and they sat together in the kitchen, though Gerald could not talk with Marigold's aunt. The girl, who could speak with her aunt with ease, put to her several questions concerning Mr. Boyne's movements, but learned nothing unusual. She feared to tell the old woman of that uncanny disguise which he adopted when he visited that locked room upstairs, or of that weird, but certainly human cry which she had heard above. Personally, Gerald suspected the cry to be the result of her vivid imagination. The theory that somebody was imprisoned in that upstairs room was fantastic, but highly improbable, therefore he had dismissed it. Yet presently the old woman made one remark which struck him as curious. In the course of conversation, Mrs. Felmore said, "Poor Mr. Boyne. He does all the good in the world that he can. Only yesterday, I found hidden in one of the cupboards of his bedroom a whole lot of tinned stuff, tongues, fruit, jam, biscuits, a host of things that he's got up there on the quiet. I asked him what he was hoarding them up for, and he said that he was sending a big parcel of groceries to a poor widow he knew at Notting Hill Gate." "Curious to have a store of tinned stuff in his bedroom," remarked Gerald, at once recollecting the suggestion that somebody might be in hiding upstairs. "Yes, sir," replied the old woman. "But Mr. Boyne is very eccentric sometimes. Very eccentric." "In what way?" he asked eagerly. "Oh, he gets up in the middle of the night and goes up and downstairs. I often see the light under my bedroom door." Marigold and her lover exchanged glances. "I wonder what he does?" asked the girl. That I can't say," was the old housekeeper's response. "I asked him one day, not long ago, and he simply told me he had woke up and, as he couldn't go to sleep again, he went down to do his accounts." "Well, this store of food shows him to be of a philanthropic turn of mind," remarked Gerald with a smile. And then, disregarding the fact that Boyne might return at any moment, he succeeded in getting Mrs. Felmore's permission to slip upstairs and view the collection of preserved foods which was going to the poor widow. Marigold quickly found it stored in the bottom of a cupboard, covered by an old overcoat and some worn-out shirts, which had apparently been flung in at haphazard. Gerald's quick glance saw something which further aroused his curiosity, a small brand-new tin tea kettle and a little enameled basin. With them was a new roll of absorbent cotton wool and a quart bottle of cheap port wine, which from its label had been purchased of a local grocer. "Funny that he should send her a tea kettle and basin," remarked Durrant as he handled them. "And look, what's this?" And he took out a small wooden box about 3 inches square, such as is used by jewelers to send watches by post. He opened it, and within, carefully packed in cotton wool, was a small lens surrounded by a threaded brass ring, evidently a portion of some optical instrument. "Part of a telescope," the girl exclaimed. "Surely a widow would not require that, however poor she might be." "Yes, dear," said her lover, holding the box in his hand and reflecting. "This is a curious hoard, and I am wondering if it is intended for the unknown person who is living in seclusion above." Well, Mr. Boyne's explanation to Annie is quite clever, if what you suggest is the solution of the mystery. "But is not Boyne always clever?" he asked. "That he is leading a double life we have already established. It is now for us to solve the problem of the reason of this locked room upstairs." "Then you think this has been bought in order to feed somebody who is living up above in silence and seclusion?" she asked. "It seems like it. But if we watch carefully and see in which direction it disappears, whether inside this house or outside, then we shall begin to penetrate the mystery." "But how shall we do it?" "This requires very careful consideration, dear," was his reply. "My own feeling is that you should by some means or other endeavor to spend the next few days here with your aunt, so that you can keep daily watch upon this strange collection of provisions. But we mustn't remain here, for Boyne may return at any moment." So they descended the stairs to the kitchen, and hardly had they reached it when the heavy tread of the man of mystery was heard in the hall above. While Mrs. Felmore was upstairs interviewing her employer as to what he required for tea, the lovers held hurried consultation. When the old woman returned, Gerald rose and motioned to her that he intended to go, as perhaps Mr. Boyne would not like to discover him there. He placed his finger upon his lips, shook hands with the deaf housekeeper, and stole out and up the area steps, keeping well out of sight of Boyne's window. "Mr. Durrant was in a hurry?" asked the old woman. "Yes, Auntie. He was afraid that Mr. Boyne might not like him calling here, so he's gone. But I'm here, and, well, to tell you the truth, Auntie, I don't exactly know what to do." "Do I?" asked the old woman, her eyes starting as was her habit when surprised. "I'm on a loose end, Auntie. They want my room over at Wimbledon, but only for a week. Hetty and Jack have come home from their music hall engagement in Paris, and they've asked me to give up my room for a week. So I've no place to sleep. I've been wondering if Mr. Boyne would mind me coming here. Do you think he'd object?" "No, I'm sure he wouldn't mind, dear," she declared. "I'll ask him now when I go up. He's often inquiring after you." So when she took up her master's tea a quarter of an hour later, she said, "Marigold's downstairs, sir. She's in a bit of trouble, sir." "Trouble? Why?" asked Boyne sharply. "What's the matter? Has she left the bank?" "Oh, no, sir. It's only because she's turned out of her room at Wimbledon for a week for her brother-in-law and his wife, so she wants to come here and stay with me. Would you have any objection?" "Of course not, Mrs. Felmore. Tell her to come up and see me now." Then, when the old woman had gone, his genial attitude instantly changed. "So the girl wants to come here, does she?" "Yes, she shall come." "Oh, yes," he growled grimly. "She and that fellow are playing a very pretty game. But I shall win, never fear." A moment later Marigold entered the room, said, "It's awfully good of you, Mr. Boyne, to put me up again. I fear I'm a terrible nuisance, but I was in such a difficulty that I came to Annie and asked her if she knew of anyone who could give me a room. She then said that she thought you might allow me to stay here." "My dear Miss Marigold," he said quite genially, "you are welcome to stay with your aunt. I've told you so over and over again, haven't I? How are you getting on at the bank?" "Oh, quite well, thanks. It is rather monotonous. Figures always, but still it's better than at that motor dealer's where I was before. People who deal in motor cars have no conscience, and are, I believe, the biggest liars on earth." Boyne laughed. He had an appreciation for the smart young lady clerk, whose quick wit and ready repartee always appealed to him. But 2 days before he had made a discovery which had aroused his suspicions. It was, however, arranged that Marigold should occupy the same room which she had had when taken suddenly ill a short time before, and Boyne added, "Just do as you like, my girl. I have a great regard for your aunt, as you know, and you are quite welcome here, I assure you." The girl, believing that he was unsuspicious, thanked him and, leaving the room, descended to the kitchen, where she told her aunt all that had transpired. Personally, she liked Mr. Boyne. It was only the discovery of that weird disguise of his that had aroused her curiosity, which, indeed, was but natural. She left the house half an hour later and traveled to Wimbledon Park, returning with her leather blouse case containing a few necessaries. 8 o'clock had struck ere she arrived at Bridge Place. At the corner of the street, Gerald confronted her. He had kept watchful vigil upon the house to see whether Boyne had brought out any parcel for the poor widow. But the man of mystery had not come forth. She told her lover with enthusiasm how Boyne had invited her to stay there and promised to keep a watchful eye upon things. "Excellent, dear," Gerald declared. "You go in, and I'll still remain here and follow him if he goes out to spend the evening. Be careful that he doesn't notice you," she urged. "He has awfully quick eyesight. I know that. He very nearly spotted me the other day. In fact, I was afraid that he had. I see you've got a cap on," she laughed. "Where is your hat?" "I've left it in a shop in the Broadway to be renovated and ironed, and I bought this cap to wear meanwhile. Does it make any difference?" "Certainly it does. And you've got a new jacket, too." "The same. I bought it at a reach-me-down shop in King Street an hour ago, and left my own there." "Does it fit?" "Not very well around the collar, but nobody would really notice it," she declared. Gerald Durrant was both shrewd and determined. When he set his mind upon a thing, he carried it through at all costs. He intended to penetrate the veil of mystery which enveloped this good, go-to-meeting collector of insurance premiums. "Well," he said at last, "be watchful, and be careful, dear, that you don't arouse his suspicion. He's a mystery, and all men of his caliber are ultra-suspicious and masters in the art of concealing their own feelings." "Don't fear, Jerry," she laughed. "I shall be as clever as he is. You do your watching outside, and I'll do mine within. I shall probably telegraph to Mr. Kenyon tomorrow and make excuse that I'm ill. Then I shall have a day in the house to examine things a little more closely." "That's a good idea. Watch those things in his bedroom, that tea kettle and the other things. Find out when they go, and where were his parting injunctions." 5 minutes later, Marigold went down the area steps into the kitchen, where her aunt was cooking Mr. Boyne's succulent steak. "He says he's very hungry today, hasn't had any lunch, so I went out and got him this," exclaimed the old woman. "If he eats at all, then he ought to do well," she remarked in her somewhat high-pitched and rasping voice. "Yes, I suppose he'll go out afterwards," said Marigold. "He said he got to go out at 9, to a meeting somewhere," was her aunt's reply. Therefore her niece took from her bag a postcard, scribbled something upon it, and in pretense of going to the post, she went out to Gerald and told him what she had learned. This afforded Durrant time to go along to the Clarendon for dinner and a rest before resuming his patient observations. On her return, Marigold put on an apron and helped her aunt. Indeed, she carried up the tray into Mr. Boyne's room. "Ah, I see I've got a new parlor maid," he laughed merrily. "And an unusually smart one, too." Marigold laughed and set the table, saying, "Well, I thought I'd just give Annie a hand, Mr. Boyne. Half an hour ago, she complained that her leg hurt because of the stairs, so I thought I'd help her." "Very good of you," he said, lounging in a frayed old armchair in his shirt sleeves, a different figure indeed from that he so often presented at night in the West End. There, in the smart restaurants and in theaters, he wore his evening suit and nodded acquaintance with many well-known people who little suspected his obscure abode. Marigold waited upon him as though she were a waitress instead of a ledger clerk, but he was reading the evening paper as he ate his meal and spoke but little more. "Yes, you're a pretty miss. You are," he growled to himself after she had left the room. "If you don't mind, you'll be very sorry that you enter my house." At 8:45, having washed and changed into a rather seedy suit of blue serge, he went out. Marigold heard him bang the door and knew that Gerald was on the alert outside. The evening passed quietly until at 10 Mrs. Felmore went to bed, and her niece also retired. She bade her aunt good night, went into the spare room, and closed the door. She shook out her thin summer dressing gown and placed it upon the rail of the narrow bed. Then she reopened the door and stood listening on the stairs, her ears strained to catch any noise from the locked room on the next landing of the frosy old house. No sound reached her ears, save the noise her aunt made moving about in her room. Downstairs, the cheap old clock in Boyne's sitting room ticked loudly, and suddenly struck the half hour. Beyond that, all was silent. Marigold, after a long vigil, at last turned off the gas and, throwing herself on the bed, dressed as she was, soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, Boyne re-entered the house noiselessly and, taking off his shoes, crept in silence up the stairs to her door. He listened and could hear by her deep, regular breathing that she was asleep. Slowly he turned the handle of the door, which he had purposely oiled before going out, and, flashing a pocket torch to the ceiling, saw her lying there, still dressed. Without a sound, he withdrew and crept back down the stairs. "I thought so. Young lady," he muttered to himself when he was back in his sitting room. "You don't know much, neither does your young man, but I must take steps for my own protection, that I can see." He stood with his back to the fireplace, his eyes staring at the sideboard in front of him for some moments. Nibby was scuttling about in the cupboard, so he let him out, and the little rodent sniffed his hand. "I wonder what makes the girl so inquisitive," he thought. "Surely the old woman knows nothing. If she does, then she would, of course, confide in her niece, who, in turn, would tell this young fellow Durrant." The lovers were unaware that Boyne had been making the most careful inquiries concerning both of them. For the instant he realized that he was being watched, he had laid certain diabolical plans by which to triumph. "It's their lives, or mine," he whispered to himself, with a strange hard look in his eyes. "I can't afford to be watched by such inquisitive folk. I was a fool not to take Lilla's advice concerning this girl." He walked across to the sideboard and poured himself out a liqueur glass full of brandy, which he tossed off at a single gulp. "I'll test her and see what happens," he said aloud with a chuckle. Then, slipping on his shoes and going to the front door, he opened it and, having banged it, walked heavily back along the passage to the room. The noise awakened Marigold, who, all unconscious that Boyne had seen her there, instantly jumped up and listened. She heard footsteps on the stairs and saw a passing light beneath her door. She heard him ascend the next flight of stairs towards the locked room, and then, carefully opening her door, peered out after him. Suddenly he turned and descended, as though he had forgotten something, but his quick eye, as he flashed his lamp upon her door, detected that it was noiselessly closing. In pretense of ignorance, he passed down to his own room, and, entering it, closed the door heavily. "Yes," he whispered to himself. "I was not mistaken. The girl is here in my house to spy upon me. She's dangerous, just as dangerous as the man. And in my game, I allow no enemies to confront me." Then, laughing grimly, he clenched his bony fists and set his teeth. Afterwards, he retired to bed, leaving the girl listening attentively to noises he purposely made. Thank you for joining us for part 1 of The Red Widow, or The Death Dealers of London by William Le Queux. The intrigue has only just begun. Stay tuned for part 2, where secrets deepen and danger closes in. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to Storytime Classics. See you in the next part.